I like to think that we're just.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Zotu, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I will do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright,
Good morning.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor Principe,
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
and Councillor Paquette,
Morning.
Councillor Tang,
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford,
Morning.
Councillor Salvador,
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good morning.
Councillor Rice,
Good morning.
and Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans,
Good morning.
all right, so everyone is here. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton,
I'll move that the October 31st, November 2nd City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of item 5, request to reschedule a report, item 5.1, the Edmonton Regional Airports Authority candidate interviews, and a replacement report on item 10, motions pending, 10.2, housing and homelessness, revised housing strategy. And items to be dealt with prior to 7.1. 7.2, City of Edmonton Service Satisfaction Survey and Results. 7.3, Budget 2023 and 20 to 26 Community Insights. And 7.4, Performance Report Corporate Business Plan.
thank you. Second by Councillor Rice, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Just waiting for one more vote.
I'm just waiting for it to appear.
Okay.
It's not coming my way. Yes, though.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
For some reason, e-scribe, I clicked on e-scribe, but did not pop up. Okay. All right. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the following meetings: the October 17th, 19th, 2022 City Council meeting, the October 18th, 2022 City Council public hearing, the October 19th, 2022 City Council non-regular meeting, and the October 21st, 2022 special City Council meeting.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Stevenson. Any errors or omissions on the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol item. Yes, there are number of protocol items that I have, and I will start. I have here we go. Well, good morning, everyone, and happy Halloween. I want to take a moment this morning to recognize an award-winning marketing and awareness campaign that was developed and implemented by the communications and engagement team in Edmonton Transit Service. In late 2019, City Council approved the revised transit service policy and transit service standards procedure, which allow ETS to implement a new bus network. Then in early 2020, Council approved an on-demand transit pilot project in 37 communities and 16 large seniors residences, which is the largest of its kind in Canada. Because every bus route in the network was new and ETS was introducing a new service line, a robust public education and awareness campaign was required to ensure transit riders knew changes were coming and how to prepare for those changes. Due to COVID-19, the campaign strategy shifted and had to be continuously evaluated as public health guidelines regularly changed. Most of the public education was done online with informative videos and presentations with stakeholders. In April 2021, in-person outreach took place in the week leading up to and week of launch to assist riders navigating new bus routes. According to the customer satisfaction survey, 84% of respondents said they were aware of the new routes, which is an incredible win for the team. This campaign wouldn't have been successful without the support from other branches and departments at the City of Edmonton. Together, multiple teams collaborated and executed this awareness campaign that won the American Public Transportation Association's AdWheel Grand Award for Best Marketing and Communications Educational Initiative. The campaign was evaluated against other large transit agencies across North America, making this win even more meaningful. Edmonton continues to prove itself on the international stage as a city full of talented and creative people. On behalf of City Council, I would like to thank all those who helped with this campaign and for continuing to provide excellent service to Edmonton transit riders. I especially want to recognize the following contributors. Priya Basin Singh. Priya, if you could stand up, please. Anila Baby, right? Yep. Arvinder Clare, not here. Sarah Feldman, John Fenton, Pallavi Goel, Brianne Graham, Peter Higgett, did I say right? Haight. Okay. Candice Hines, Vicky Reeve, Brian Whitted, Tara Consgrud, right? Yeah. Janice Noble, thank you. Anidya Ghosh, Kim Burnell, Reu, Drury Stratty, Stephen Fitz, Philip Hickson, Vicky Goodelge. So who's the person sitting? I don't have your name. Marvin Vabiak. Please stand up, Marvin. Please. There you go. Thank you so much for all the work you have done. And congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah, good. And the next one is, so continuing with the topic of transit, I am also pleased to recognize that on Wednesday, October 25th, the Canadian Urban Transit Association awarded the Edmonton Transit Service with the Corporate Award in first ever Equity, Diversity and Inclusion category. This award recognizes initiatives, programs, and outreach taken by businesses, transit systems, and/or their municipal owners that are committed to inclusion, accessible, and diverse workplaces and communities. The Edmonton Transit Service was selected as this year's recipient due to its commitment to looking at transit ridership's recovery with a more diverse perspectives. ETS team has started embedding intersectionality and perspectives of diverse voices as they explore improvements in transit service within our city. They have done this through safety and security, fare policies, and the launch of a new bus network in 2021. ETS has also taken efforts to better understand how different people experience transit, resulting in improvements to develop a better transit experience for all Edmontonians. For example, ETS heard from women that there was a need to discreetly report safety or security incidents when they did not feel comfortable verbally reporting in public. To address this need, ETS expanded the Transit Watch program to include SMS text reporting, in addition to telephone reports, allowing transit riders to send a text message when reporting on incident they observed. They also listened to those with mobility challenges, providing on-demand transit in concert with the bus network to provide transit connection options to those unable to walk to the main network. ETS is the first recipient of this award, and this recognition is just the start of their efforts toward building a more inclusive transit service with more work to follow. Before I conclude, I would like to recognize some of the staff involved in this process. They have joined us both in person and virtually. If you're present with us, please stand as I call your name. Carrie Hutton McDonald, not joining us in person, probably online, of course. And Ryan Birch, Director Bus Operations. Trevor Dennehy, Director LRT Operations and Maintenance. Cameron Grayson, Director Transit Innovation. Nice to see you. Sarah Feldman, Director Business Integration and Workforce Development. Daniel Vrendt, Director Planning and Scheduling. Jesse Isaac, Director Technical Services. Lindsay Skillings, Strategic Coordinator. Thank you to all of you and the entire Edmonton Transit Service team for working to make our transit service a more inclusive, welcoming experience for all Edmontonians. And congratulations. One more to go. All right. First, I would also like to recognize an accreditation led by the city's Service Innovation and Performance Branch in making Edmonton a more data-driven city. And to recognize the World Council on City Data's efforts in taking forward a first-ever international data standard for cities, the Indicators of Sustainable Cities, or ISO number 37120. Edmonton originally joined the World Council of City Data in 2019 as part of the Data Canadian Cities pilot project. This project, supported by the Federal Ministry of Infrastructure and Communities, I think I had something to do with that, supports participating cities in achieving the ISO certification for monitoring quality of life and sustainability for communities. The certification includes approximately 100 indicators aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and grouped into 19 categories such as environment, economy, governance, finance, waste, public safety, and transportation. Accreditation for 2021 marks the first and final year of the pilot, and Edmonton is now positioned to benchmark with over 30 Canadian cities and with numerous peer cities globally. With that in mind, I'm pleased to share that Edmonton is receiving the World Council on City certification at the highest platinum level. Edmonton's ISO certification is a critical tool to continue driving forward city policies and priorities and to build increased levels of prosperity and investment attractiveness through data-driven insights. Applications include economic development and investment attraction and strategic monitoring of the city's priorities, as well as planning and monitoring COVID recovery. The World Council on City Data Edmonton partnership ensures data continuity and drives insights and trend analysis about Edmonton's sustainable development and quality of life. I would now like to take the opportunity to recognize employees from the Service Innovation and Performance Branch who are joining us both in person and virtually. Kim Matheson, Catherine Sparks, Tanya Way, Michael Sambir, Richard Williams, Benita Lewin, Bolaji Adenaji, joining us virtually, Michelle Kim, Strider Falk, and Rachel Go. This group facilitated the accreditation and data collection process alongside key data providers and subject matter experts from across the organization, making this accreditation a reality. So congratulations to all of you. Now I would like to turn it over to Stacey Pedbury to say a few words.
So I too would like to express my thanks to the team. The ISO 37120 indicators provide direct apples-to-apples benchmarking comparisons to other participating municipalities in Canada and internationally that can help identify strengths and opportunities for improvement. Approximately 25 of the World Council on City Data's core indicators for the city are now being used to monitor progress on achieving the strategic goals in Connect Edmonton and the city plan. A visualization booklet, like a flip booklet, will be circulated to council members in a memo later today. The flip book represents select indicator results for Edmonton that contributed to the city's 2021 accreditation. Thanks.
Thank you, and once again, congratulations to everyone, all the people in 3 categories, so much. All right, select items for debate. Okay. All right, who wants to go first? No? I can, but then I have to see the chair. Okay. Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Well, thank you. I guess I have the honor. I wanted to select 7.5.
7.5. Okay.
I believe 9.1 and 9.3 must both be selected as well.
Just hold on. 9.1, yes, and 9.3, yes.
And I'm not seeing anyone else come on the board, so I will happily select 7.1.
Just hold on.
Sorry.
Just hold on. Okay. Now I'll go back.
I have the honor of selecting 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4. And that's everything. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Okay, can someone move that we vote on this, Councillor, Councillor Hamilton? Oh, here you go, Councillor Hamilton.
I'm just going to grab 9.2 because I feel like that might, it wasn't marked as must be selected, but it seems
Sure.
like it might be important.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So that is 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, 7.9, I'm sorry, 9.1, 9.2, 9.3. Okay. All right. Okay, can someone move the balance?
So moved.
Thank you. Need a
Second.
Councillor Rutherford seconded it. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and I'll go to our city clerk to read us back what we have already approved.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today, City Council's made the following decisions. There's a request to reschedule report item 5.1. The Edmonton Regional Airports Authority has now been moved from November 14th over to December 5th, 2022. City Council has also approved the following recommendations in the reports. 7.6, updated affordable housing strategy. 7.7, opportunities for small-scale community amenities, recreation and leisure spots downtown. 7.8, 2022 anti-racism grant program recommendations. 7.9, employee psychological health and safety programs and practices. 7.10, census policy review. As well as item 9.4, GEF Seniors Housing Board appointment recommendations.
Thank you. Request to speak. We do have one, but I would like to advise the member of the public signed to speak that we only under rare circumstances that we hear from members of the public at council meetings. So we regret that. Okay. Request for specific time on the agenda. That's none. That's already approved as part of the agenda approval. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you, Mayor Soki. I will move first reading on items 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, and 8.6.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
Councillor Paquette? We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Soki, I'll move second reading of items 8.1 through 8.6.
Thank you.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Soki, I'll move consideration of third reading on items 8.1 through 8.6.
Second.
Thank you. Councillor Rice, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Soki, I'll move third and
Just
final.
who is missing, sorry? Okay, got it. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Cardinal, go ahead.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20273, bylaw 20274, bylaw 20241, bylaw 20242, bylaw 20250, and bylaw 20251.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor inquiries. Any inquiries? Nope. Reports to be dealt with at different meeting? None. Request to reschedule has been already approved. Unfinished business? None. Public reports. Okay, now we are going to go into our items selected for date. I just want to give a little bit of context. Today is the start of the 2023-2026 council budget. We are going to deal with 3 cross-referenced items, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, on community insights, performance report on the corporate business plan, and satisfaction survey report, which will be dealt with first. These items are all cross-referenced and can be dealt with today together. After dealing with these items, we will move to 7.1, the proposed 2023-26 capital budget. The purpose today is to hear from administration. They have prepared a very thorough presentation, which will take approximately an hour to walk us through. The capital budget is not for approval today. After one round of questions, we will postpone this report to November 28-29 budget non-statutory public hearing. Before I turn to administration, are there any questions on this? The reason that we are having a very thorough, long 1-hour-long presentation that some of us may find it repetitive because we had some strategy session, but it is very important that public hears this information as well, and that they're privy to all the information that we are privy to, and that is the reason that we are going to be going through this 1-hour-long, very comprehensive conversation. Good. Okay. All right. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, and good morning. Welcome to Budget and happy Halloween. Today's an exciting day as we kick off the official budget process where you as a collective will decide how the city will serve Edmontonians today while making progressive changes for our future with the resources that we have available for us between 2023 and 2026. The goal of this first presentation is to contextualize the public insights that informed administration's proposed budget and to transfer this important information to Council for your own decision-making. Budgets represent the full breadth of services that the City of Edmonton provides. In a city of more than 1 million people, that network of interconnected offerings is large and complex, and the inputs into building that budget are equally as complex. Today, we will be discussing 3 of these inputs that provide perspective to support the capital and operating budgets. These layers of information are the performance report that presents indicators and highlights the status of key initiatives so you have an accurate picture of the current state of the business. The service satisfaction survey, which provides Edmontonians perceptions of services and their relative importance. And the community insights that gives us a detailed picture of views on service priorities, tax levy increases, user fees, and capital financing. As your complex and intertwined budget decisions are contemplated, please consider these 3 reports as one input alongside other layers of information, including workforce impacts, priority-based budgeting, and the social context. Catherine Owen, Deputy City Manager of Communications and Engagement, and Stacey Padbury, Deputy City Manager of Financial and Corporate Services, will cover these integrated topics, and their teams are available to answer any questions you may have. Over to you, Catherine.
Thanks, Andre. Administration leaned into listening to and learning from Edmontonians throughout this process. The 4-year budget will continue to activate Connect Edmonton and bring the city plan to life. The budget, as you know better than anyone, is a moment for careful choices in response to the realities of today, while keeping an eye on our long-term city-building aspirations. Vision 2050 is 28 years from now. To break it down, there will be 7 4-year budgets during that time, 7 chapters in Edmonton's story to advance the goals of Connect Edmonton and bring the big city moves of the city plan to life. When we engage with Edmontonians, we seek their advice on the pace of the implementation and what is needed today to help them live healthy, fulfilled, and safe lives. If you consider my book analogy, what we're sharing with you today is their advice on what needs to be included in Chapter 1 to set up the rest of the 28-year story. Through a robust listening and learning system, we will continue over the years to seek advice from Edmontonians at programmatic and personal levels as service evolutions are contemplated and implemented. This commitment to listening and learning will ensure that the city continues to deliver services that are reflective of our community's financial realities and their aspirations. It's also consistent with a humble, relationship-based way of being a civil service.
Reflecting the breadth of the listening and learning system, these 3 reports represent a wide range of approaches and a comprehensive scope of methodologies. The performance report includes data, qualitative measures, and quality of life indicators informed by survey results and objective data from sources like Statistics Canada and the Conference Board of Canada. The Service Satisfaction Survey includes results from an online panel that collected 800 responses reflective of the age, gender, and regional composition of Edmontonians. It also includes more than 4,000 additional responses from the Edmonton Insight community, and it incorporates survey responses received via community organizations to supplement general population results with more detailed subgroup analysis of harder-to-reach voices. The 2023 to 2026 budget community insight includes Input from almost 2,000 submissions to our Tough Choices survey, responses from more than 3,000 people who participated through the online Balance the Budget tool, 825 conversations at pop-up events and street surveys representing talking to people where they were, 590 ideas submitted through the online Budget Ideas Board, and workshops with 43 organizations. As a result, the information we will present today reflects the views of thousands of diverse Edmontonians.
Administration was diligent about ensuring that the approach prioritized input from marginalized Edmontonians. This input includes perspectives from youth, seniors, racialized community members, people with disabilities, 2SL LGBTQIA+ community members, Indigenous people, and parents. With the guidance of community organizations, we met people where they were comfortable having conversations, and we also provided online survey links to organizations that represent some of these hard-to-reach voices. With this holistic approach, our learnings are inclusive of the diversity of Edmontonians. Where available, the specialized subgroup analysis from these supplemental processes are highlighted in the report attachments.
Today's experience of Edmontonians is reflected in the data and the indicators for the 4 goals of Connect Edmonton, where we see national and international social trends such as safety, security, and the impact of the global COVID-19 pandemic hitting home. Although the results presented in the performance report are generally positive, as a city building partner, we know that there are areas of opportunity within the big city moves that we can address in our upcoming and future budget cycles. Many of these opportunities relate to the social and human experience, where cultural event attendance and a sense of belonging are trending negatively. And the percentage of Edmontonians that perceive the city to be safe overall has fallen to 52% in 2022. This result should not be a surprise, and it reinforces the necessity and importance of the work currently underway on community safety and well-being, transit safety, and downtown vibrancy. Positively, we are seeing gains in the density of the city and stability in housing diversity that are positively contributing to creating urban places. And we are also seeing the number of small and medium-sized businesses rise again, along with employment, GDP, and household income. And in climate resilience, while our air quality and ozone levels have trended negatively since last year, greenhouse gas emissions and energy use are declining, while our energy from renewable sources is increasing. These results show the incremental progress made within the last budget cycle and provide current state information to inform this next cycle. The supporting initiatives that are highlighted in this report drive progress on our journey to transform for the future, but they are complex, they involve many community partnerships, and they're really about our long game.
We understand that Edmontonians trust in the city to make transformational change and invest their dollars into initiatives for the future depends on their satisfaction with day-to-day service delivery. Essentially, excellent service represents consent for bigger moves. To this extent, the Service Satisfaction Survey was delivered in order to understand Edmontonians' current satisfaction with top-of-mind services. We learned that Edmontonians are generally satisfied with the overall quality of city services. The top strengths, where satisfaction and importance were both high, were in fire rescue, waste services, parks, traffic safety, and infrastructure delivery. These are areas where service expectations are high, and the city consistently delivers on this exceptional service standard. We know this because we have some of the highest Canadian fire rescue accreditation, modernized transit and waste programs that reflect global best practices, and in the project development and delivery model, robust, gated infrastructure delivery. Consistent with the current state indicators, the top opportunities are mostly connected to well-being. The well-being opportunities include affordable housing, homelessness response, public transit, and community safety. These opportunities are where satisfaction was lowest, but importance was high. winter and summer road maintenance were also identified as top opportunities. These results underscore that individuals feel most strongly about the services that they use. Not surprisingly, we see the separation begin in the non-mandated services, such as recreation and attractions, as well as the regulated services such as permits, business and pet licenses, and assessment and taxation. While all of these services were rated less important to Edmontonians, they of course play an interdependent role in the vibrancy or in the daily operations of a city.
This slide shows a high-level summary of the input we received through all the many points of contact we had with Edmontonians during the budget engagement this summer. To begin, participants shared their concerns about escalating costs of living and the resulting pressure that is being placed on businesses, families, and individuals who are doing their best to make ends meet. Participants asked the city to consider the financial burdens that tax increases will place on individuals and families. While participants did not indicate strong comfort levels for raising tax levels, members of partner and stakeholder groups we spoke to were more supportive of the idea than the general public. Another theme was the need to improve transit service, accessibility, and connectivity throughout Edmonton. Participants also shared concerns around the safety of using transit. While many shared the view that transit is an essential service, we also heard from those who are dissatisfied by high costs, perceived issues with safety, and planning specific to LRT construction. Closely tied to these concerns were comments about what some perceived to be increasing crime and violence within the city, and that there is an express need to focus on improving community safety as we recover from the pandemic. Throughout all the budget-related research and communication this year, we heard a strong current of empathy. Participants shared that a key consideration for building the budget should be a recognition that supports are needed for those most vulnerable in our communities, including affordable housing and addiction and mental health supports. That said, participants raised a concern about the overlapping nature of federal, provincial, and municipal responsibilities. Participants indicated that there is a need to clarify the scope of responsibilities between governments. Concerns raised over social supports does not necessarily equate to an expectation for the city to take on all of the responsibility. Particularly in our workshops with stakeholder organizations, participants said they want the city to be transparent in demonstrating efficiency and innovation in service delivery. They asked that we work at finding efficiencies, streamlining our operations, and identifying new revenue streams. On strategies to balance the capital budget, participants were more comfortable with closing aging facilities than they were of increasing tax-supported debt or adding an infrastructure renewal tax levy. And in the final theme that emerged coming out of the pandemic was that Edmontonians want to connect with each other and support the arts and culture that make Edmonton unique. They value they value culture building and community amenities, including libraries, parks, and gathering spaces.
Thank you. Just give me 1 second. I'll come back to you, but I want to recognize we have some students here with us today from school Stratford Elementary School. They're here with their teachers, Natalia Milner and Lorraine Belcourt. And their school is located in Ward Sipiwiniwak, which is represented by Councillor Hamilton. Thank you so much for being here. Stay as long as you want. Okay. All right. We'll go back to our administration. We'll continue with the presentation. Okay.
While our budget engagement conversations confirm that there are Edmontonians who value every service we deliver, there is no absolute consensus on a list of services that the city should prioritize. One tool we used in the engagement makes the diversity of opinions in our community very clear. More than 3,200 Edmontonians participated in the Balance the Budget tool, in which they could increase and decrease funding to city services. This chart shows the divergence of opinions between participants. The blue bars represent the proportion of participants who suggested increasing funding to service categories. The orange bars shows those who would decrease funding levels. The gray bars are the proportion of participants who would not change the current funding levels. This tells a very interesting story of those who find service levels satisfactory as they are. This counterbalance highlights differences as each of our million residents value different services and have different experiences in their city. When it comes to city services that have a direct impact to the majority of Edmontonians, such as parks and roads, they are aligned in wanting to increase investment. And there was also alignment to decrease investment on items they don't have a direct connection with, such as boards, general expenses, and oversight. Opinions were more polarized in areas including social development, transit, community recreation and neighborhoods, policing, and libraries. The complexity of these results illustrates that there's no single combination of service priorities that will satisfy all Edmontonians.
As you've seen here today, there are some trends and consistent themes running through these three reports, and there's also an expected level of divergence of perspectives. For the most part, people value the services they use and feel others are relatively expendable. Considering that there are users who value virtually every service we provide, we have a tension between user groups that is probably the most difficult thing to reconcile in budget development and in government as a whole. While there will always be competing perspectives, this body of work reminds us the values expressed by participants are aligned with the values that informed Connect Edmonton and the city plan. Overall, Edmontonians feel that their city is a great place to live and see the importance of the city's work in their lives and in their communities. And it tells us Edmontonians recognize that careful decision-making and prioritization is a reality for the city. Listening to Edmontonians in this way prompted thoughtful conversation for your administration. It provided another layer of guidance to us that informed the budget development, even though, as we've said, there are no universal answers. It gave us more tools to apply alongside priority-based budgeting and other information so that we could take a balanced approach to serving Edmontonians today while also making important incremental change towards our long-term transformational vision. For Council, the data and community input that we've shared with you today, while comprehensive, reflects the array of opinions among Edmontonians. We hope that the themes and patterns that have emerged are helpful to your deliberations over the coming weeks as you make decisions that will impact the first major chapter of the Connect Edmonton and City Plan implementation. Thank you, and we're pleased to answer any questions about these three bodies of work that you may have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and we'll come back to the 7.1 after we deal with these three items. This was selected by Councillor Stevenson, and Councillor, these three items are to be received for information, right? Okay, so if you could move to receive, then we can go into questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move receipt of these receipt for information on these three items.
Thank you.
Second.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Rutherford seconded it. Okay, so we have reports on the floor now. Now we go to questions. Okay, all right, please sign up. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks for this incredibly comprehensive work. There's so many interesting elements to this report, and I really appreciated you sort of summing that up with, the strong current of empathy, and just wonderful to hear about the importance that Edmontonians place on housing and community safety as well. One item I wanted to delve into. So first of all, I really want to applaud the focus on equity deserving groups and having that disaggregated data for us. That's really fantastic and helpful in our decision making, and something that we need to be tracking as a corporation. And very interesting that the strengths and opportunities were fairly consistent across all groups. I think that was a really interesting finding. Something that stood out to me, though, is that some of the satisfaction ratings did vary with some of the equity deserving groups. So, Indigenous respondents, I think, and low income, they had an overall satisfaction of 48 or 51% compared to the 67% overall. So just wondering if there's some thoughts and reflections on that finding and how we take that moving forward.
Because of the detailed nature of that question, I'm going to throw it to one of the team over here supporting us who were working closely on the data.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Stevenson. With the subgroup analysis, we really want to be careful not to compared to the standard norm. What we really wanted to try to do is capture and ensure that all of those voices were included in the aggregated data, that it was reflective of Edmontonians. What this information helps us do is find areas where we have more information and more research to do. So any of the significant gaps are for us to now take that and do more research with different partners across the city, like Stacey and others that are here today, and then continue to action that specific to the service that it was relevant for.
Okay, that's great to hear, and I think that helping to inform some of the ongoing work is really, really exciting. I also noticed it was interesting. I feel like the city does a really great job of putting information out, sharing information about city services, but that did seem to be sort of a lower indicator across the board. Was there anything in the survey that suggested which channels people want to be, or media that people want to be receiving feedback on? Was it, again, I know we're switching more towards digital, just wondering if any of that came through in the analysis.
There were several comments that were made about how the city receives information and what's available. I think it's about balance, and so some responded that they prefer just different channels, social media channels, to the website. We did receive some website on the complexity of the city's website to navigate and needing to use Google. So there's lots of really good insight for us in the comments. The survey itself didn't ask any questions specifically on media.
Okay, perfect. And then maybe just jumping to the performance report. Again, really great overview. Definitely many things to celebrate and be proud of in terms of great work that's being done. I think a challenge, and I think it's similar to the energy transition strategy, is that there are sort of the community-based indicators, which the corporation may not have direct control over versus, the things that we do have direct control over. And I think that it's just that complicated thing of sort of evaluating ourselves when the work is dependent on so many others. So just wondering if there was some thoughts around how we balance that and how we maybe capture those community level indicators and then sort of the specific actions that the city is able to take in response to those.
I think one of the things that will make a difference here is the work that we intend to do over the next few months about explaining jurisdictional work to Edmontonians. As we have said numerous times in this forum, most people don't either understand or much care about whose job it is to do the work that they feel is important, but that is something that we're going to stress with Edmontonians over the coming months. I think maybe Kimberly has more to say too.
Thanks, Catherine. Just that we continue to work with our partners as well, and that's where these community indicators really come through. And I think as you see our annual reporting going forward, you'll continue to see us identify where they're taking actions and where we're taking actions to also contribute, but a collective, right? So to Catherine's point that it doesn't really matter who's doing the work, but let's report on the progress. And it does get a bit tricky, but as you see our annual reports coming forward, you should see a little bit more of that reflected.
Yeah, and I think even just some formatting in terms of having all the indicators in the table, because I think there's some really excellent and exciting indicators that are in the margins, but maybe just having a complete table and identifying too, city directly controls and city supports or things like that could be helpful. Just wondering too if there's an opportunity to talk about some of the challenges as well. I appreciate the focus on, notable work that's been achieved, but maybe just some of the challenges that persist as well.
In terms of specific challenges?
Yeah, so for housing, for instance, I noticed that it didn't really speak to the doubling of the homeless population. And again, that's no one's, it's not to lay blame or suggest that anyone is at fault, but just to make sure that we have that full picture of what's happening in our community.
Yeah, I think as we go forward, we can certainly make sure we've got that balance in the report of where we're doing well. You can see through the tables in the report where we've got a positive and a negative trend. And so to Catherine's point earlier, that's where we'll really dive into some of our opportunities for continued focus. And I think you'll see that through the budget deliberations going forward,
Good.
that some of the items coming forward highlight some of that.
Good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much for this presentation, and I actually have to say, want to commend the teams. In my opinion, a very thorough engagement. It's multimodal, equity first, and I thought it was a really positive step. And I just want to thank you. For that work. I guess I'll just start with 7.3, and wanted to kind of flag some specific comments. Attachment 1. 7.2. 7.2. I was wondering for the community safety, do you have any insights in terms of, is it community safety specific to policing, or is it just survey, was there an opportunity to differentiate between the various resources that contribute to community safety? Because based on some of the qualitative comments that was shared, I felt it was skewing heavily towards policing.
Thank you for the question. In the survey, when we're asking about the service specifically, participants are welcome to include all of their experiences. So that ranges, and it provides more work for us to do and to take in the comments, and then also to loop them in with the other sources of information that we have relative to the engagement, which adds another layer of information, and then the subgroup analysis to understand it further. So it does really, truly, it offers all of those pieces of perspectives.
Yeah, I think maybe the comments. Go ahead.
Sorry, Councillor Tang, I just
ahead.
wanted to add, I think in future, because as you know, we're working on the community safety and wellbeing dashboard as well, which is another work in progress. Once that is complete and council's been seen that and approved that sort of concept, I think we'll be able to tweak these in the future to better align with all, these 7 elements of CSWB.
Yeah, I think it's a good reflection too of kind of how public perceives and what kind of association they link with community safety. And I was wondering if, was there any insights in terms of geographic diversity of where the participants, where they were responding to in the survey?
Yes, so the subgroup analysis does include 5 geographic regions. So we have northeast, southwest, southeast, northwest, and then central. Specifically on that, I'd have to just look that up quickly, but we do have that information available and provided.
And it's fairly even.
Any significant deviations from the norm were pulled out and highlighted in the council report. So if there's, and there was none off the top of my head on the safety piece.
And I was curious about that piece. So for example, I think in that chart where you had low importance or, one of which, and a lot of those are actually fairly critical services like business and development, licensing and permitting. Is it, and I think they were low ranking on the importance scale and among some of the others, is it that people don't feel that they're truly important, or do you feel like there's something else?
I think if you don't have a pet or run a business, those aren't as important to you as other things. So this reflects the larger point we've been making about people investing in the things that they use.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then my last piece here on this report, there's lots of comments about better accountability of city's budget, and I was wondering if there's any insights into what does that accountability look and feel like for Edmontonians?
Well, I think it's a constant reminder to us how robust our communication has to be at every point in the budget process. Today is an example of that. Anything more to add, team?
I'll maybe just add that it's also important that Edmontonians see and how their money is spent. So throughout many of the different engagements that we ran, we heard from people that were incredibly interested in where we chose to spend the money and how that shows up for them every day.
That's great, thank you. last few seconds here, I'll sneak one in for 7.3. The residents also said that they wanted the city to apply that innovation lens before considering service reduction. Wondering if you can speak to how the city does that internal continuous improvement. I know we've chatted about this before. And have we applied this already to those services that we're looking at?
So we have several processes for continuous improvement and review of services. We have our service review and improvement team, and we'll be looking at city services and sub-services across the board over the upcoming years. One of the things that we see is where there is opportunities for improvement based on high importance and satisfaction, but there's still, that doesn't necessarily always mean that you need to put more budget towards it. There is an opportunity to enhance the service. We'll be bringing forward all of the opportunities that we've looked at through audits, through service improvements, and innovations through the budget process as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, yes, echo the sentiments of my colleagues. Very comprehensive, helps really frame decision-making around budget, so appreciate that. In 7.2 in the report, it talked about respondents from the southeast Edmonton are more satisfied with spring-summer service, while respondents in the southwest Edmonton are less satisfied with spring, summer, and winter. But it's silent on northwest and those other three quadrants, northwest, northeast, and central. Can you speak to those?
Yeah, so just the strong variations were highlighted. So the other quadrants would be relatively on par with the average result.
Okay, and then I was curious, because I know that, high importance, high level of satisfaction with infrastructure delivery. Was there any notable difference within those different geographical regions on infrastructure satisfaction?
Let me take a look and get back to you.
Okay, yeah, I'd be very curious about that. Another question I had was, I saw there was the decrease in the global ranking, but I was wondering, not knowing what kind of factors go into that ranking system for that global ranking that we decreased in. So what kind of indicators would have decreased our ranking? And I don't know who to ask that. Would that be Ms. McCabe or?
I think we'll have to take that one away as well, Councillor Rutherford, and get back to you. Sorry, you're talking about the WCCD global ranking?
Yeah, because I know that was one that we had decreased in, but I was wondering what indicators go into their ranking that would have had us decrease? Or is it just that other cities increased because, yeah, just wanted to get a little bit more behind context of that global ranking.
Yeah, we'll circle back with you with more details on that one.
That would be fantastic. I appreciate that. And it's funny because Councillor Tang picked up on it too, and I was really surprised. Probably a few that surprised me the most were also the same as Councillor Tang brought up about animal care and control being kind of not seen as important, because I see, for example, my office gets a lot of comments about cats, stray cats, about coyotes, about lots of different things. So I'd say, like, in terms of volume of inquiries, it's not the highest, but it's also not the lowest. So that one really surprised me, and I know it talks about the pet licensing. So I was just wondering, how was that question framed in the survey?
Generally with the survey, there's some detail in behind each survey, each service.
Yes.
And I am just looking up exactly how it was worded, but it's grouped together with pet licensing.
Yeah, because I could see pet licensing and animal care and control almost being very distinct and different. So that's why I'm just curious how that was teased out in the survey. So I feel like I'm throwing you off guard with all my questions. You're like, I don't have any answers. But
nope.
Yeah, if you could follow up with that, I'd be just curious on that, because I know, when we think about budget, we're going to have some decisions to make about animal care and control, because, we have the EPS unit, which covers criminal activities related to animal abuse or, harm. We have the animal care and control, which deals with more neglect. And then we also have the Humane Society that we fund. So, like, there's a lot there to factor in from an operational perspective to me on budget. So I would like that one broken down a little bit more.
So we'll get you what granular information we're able to.
And even just knowing how the question was phrased would
bet.
be important for me. And as I do my own engagement with my residents in Ward and Olnick, I can see if, based on that feedback, do they have any other insight or thoughts? So it just allows me to continue that conversation further with the residents that I'm serving.
We'll get that.
Great. And other than that, I guess my last question was around, and I know kind of the answer is that it's what people are least close to in terms of seeing those tax dollars at work. But was there any open responses on specific to civic boards in suggestions of reductions?
Not by ward, no.
No, civic boards.
Boards, sorry.
So civic boards, was there any open-ended comments on suggestions? Because that was the one that had the highest a percentage of people to reduce the funding for civic boards, but was there any open-ended comments that pointed to any specific civic boards that should be reduced?
That was actually through engagement on the boards. We didn't ask on service satisfaction.
We can dig deeper on that for you.
Yeah, that would be another one
Absolutely.
I'd be curious about
We'll
too.
get back to you with how that was framed up.
Perfect. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. That's all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, I do have some of the answers for Ms. Rutherford. Can I just answer quickly? So on the animal and pet control licenses, there was no additional information. The question was asked based on your personal experience and anything you may have heard, how satisfied are you in the city's jobs, with the city's jobs providing the following program and service? And then there was a list, and animal control and pet licenses would have just been asked in that list. And on infrastructure delivery,
Sorry, just to pause there, what about importance? So when is importance asked?
And how's the importance asked?
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, so you can follow up with me offline.
You either follow offline or
Yeah.
you can sign up for a second round as well,
Yeah,
because
no,
there's
thank
second
you,
round
Mr.
on this. Okay, good. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this was really, really excellent. I enjoyed reading through it and found just some really fascinating trends and data. So one of the things that I noticed throughout was just that, of course, Edmontonians shared very, very varied and often competing priorities. And I think that most obviously plays out when we're looking at folks' desire to keep taxes low, but increase the quality and variety of city services. So I guess I'm wondering, can you speak to how civic literacy was incorporated into this process? And I think the Balance the Budget tool was a really, really interesting example of that, and a really cool approach, and sort of an opportunity to help folks understand the process and sort of bring them in to the decision-making frame. Can you speak to that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Just wondering how civic literacy was incorporated into the engagement process.
If Alex Morrison is on the line, she's the engagement advisor that designed the engagement, so she could speak to that.
So certainly, Councillor, what would have transpired in any online or in-person engagement would be context setting by the facilitators, be they virtual or in person, and an explanation of the hard work that was before the City of Edmonton to keep taxes at a reasonable level and at the same time give people the services they want. Alex can layer in any further detail if she's available, and if not, we'll make sure that you get some sense of how that civic literacy was described.
Hi. So we had a number of different ways where we tried to increase that literacy. So we had a number of downloadable files. So 10 things you need to know about the budget. I can't remember the other two off the top of my head, but they're on the Engaged Edmonton website. And as well with what Catherine had said, the facilitators at both the in-person and the virtual events were able to provide additional information. And then on the Balance the Budget tool itself, each category had a little information icon where you could click it and find more information about that service itself. And then as well, we provided links to the edmonton.ca/budget website, which provided even more additional information.
Okay, well, thank you so much for those answers. It sounds like, yeah, through context setting, through information sharing throughout the actual engagement, that that type of information and civic literacy was incorporated, which is great to hear. One of the other things that stuck out to me was the desire to see City Council work within the city's mandate, while at the same time seeing that high desire for action on housing and homelessness, mental health, the opioid crisis. And I'm wondering, are there any additional insights that you can share around Edmontonians' perceptions of our role? And is this a case where there were kind of two distinct groups with different views, or were those views held concurrently?
That's not an easy answer. Edmontonians in the main do understand that there's an overlap of jurisdiction, and while they want the problems to be solved, they also don't want to bear the burden of solving them exclusively on City of Edmonton's dollar, if you will. The more granular answer you're seeking is?
I guess I'm just trying to understand, when we're looking at the folks who are providing those answers, were there some folks who were saying, you know, we want to see action on these priority issues that technically might not be within our jurisdiction, and we do not want the city to be doing them, or yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around, were there two groups, or were folks wanting both?
So some greater subgroup analysis is what you're looking for. I'm going to turn to the team and see if we can get that.
I also think, Councillor, it's going to be a bit of both.
Yeah.
I think it's just going to be a real mixed bag on that one, because I think there are different groups of people who feel different ways about that, and some don't mind us stepping into that space, and some appreciate it. And I think it kind of depends on what you're doing. You know, for example, I would say, for example, social agencies don't mind us stepping into that space because it allows them for the job to be done. But if you're focused from a tax-paying perspective, you might have a different perspective. So I think it'll be very hard to suss out, but I think it's a mixed bag would be my answer.
Okay, well, just really quickly with 20 seconds here, one of the things that also stuck out for the negative trends, beyond the global ranking, which I would love the information for as well, air quality and ozone levels. I have to ask, just from a climate perspective, that just jumped out to me.
Sorry, and your specific question?
Those are some pretty significant negative trends for ozone and air quality, correct?
Yes.
And Councillor Salvador, we'd have to follow up offline in terms of why that is, and to get you some more data on that, perhaps.
I'd appreciate that.
Either as a written question or I can follow up with it via memo.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just going back to Councillor Stevenson's question related to comparing the data between the diversity group and the standard norm. You said we shouldn't really be making that comparison, but is it really a standard norm if we aren't taking into account all those other voices?
One of the tricky things is when we highlight the pick any subgroup analysis, I'll just pick parents. When we pull out the subgroup of parents, we're only including the parents that were included in the panel. We didn't go out and ask all parents through Edmonton how they feel about city services. So it's a smaller proportion of parents represented, or any of the subgroups that are represented, and that's why we just have to be cautious, because they don't speak for all parents. So it speaks for the parents that did the survey. So that's the only caution in it. We are still very much looking at the information to understand what those differences might be, and then going to go do more work to understand that further.
Okay. Yeah. So the norm might change by including those diverse voices more?
I don't know if the norm, I hope that they change. I hope that including all of the diverse perspectives influences and helps us understand the voice of Edmontonians more collectively.
Okay.
But it's about understanding the subgroup analysis and doing more work with parents or with whichever subgroup is pulled out, and truly understanding their experience more fully with all the city services.
Okay.
And Councillor Wright, if I may add here as well, like the surveys were designed really on a service perspective of services provided to Edmontonians. And we've got a number of other things that we're engaging with Edmontonians on right now or have engaged on. So the city plan is an example, which really sets out the course of what the city is. So there really are a number of inputs into your decision making and a number of inputs into administration's process to get us to the budget.
Okay, thank you. And community safety, it seems to be, so community safety and public transit, satisfaction is quite a bit lower from women, or by women, as rated by women, and I'm just wondering, any thoughts on that? Why they would feel more unsafe than the men?
I think that's a global trend reflected in Edmonton and not in the least bit surprising, given who tends to be more victimized in public settings.
Okay, thank you. And in regards to the civic boards and I guess the decreased investment there, I haven't quickly referenced the budget documents, but should we really be focusing on that if the budget dollars aren't that great as compared to something like maybe Parks and Roads or EPS?
I think what's important to bear in mind with all of these bodies of research is that they are snapshots in time and intended to be information data points as opposed to decision-making tools for you. And that is a clear example of an item that if a person is not attached to a board, would not deem it to be important. So it shouldn't drive your decision-making. It's just a point of data interest.
Just more information for us to consider. All right. And I think that's about it. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To administration, I wanted to delve into the slide in the presentation today. I don't have the number here, but it's the bar chart. It's showing up as slide number 9, budget engagement exercise. I noted on decrease investment, 43% of Edmontonians wanted to decrease investment to the Edmonton Police Service, and only 29% wanted to increase investment to the Edmonton Police Service. Am I reading that correctly?
That's the appropriate way to read that.
And, but I saw in an earlier chart, there had been some concerns over safety on kind of the scatter plot. So I was trying to square that, and then I looked at the top bar, social development. It looks like 39% of people want to see greater investment in social development. Am I sort of to assume that a person, they may feel unsafe or they may have a concern about safety, but it may be related to, say, an encampment, and what they're suggesting is the city needs to do more around social development and less around, like, we need to act on it, but it maybe not the police, maybe a different tool. Is like, how else is that? How do you read that?
I think there's always, with stats of this kind, lots of room for interpretation. All we can share with you is the facts of what we saw in that spending the budget tool. And you're going to need to draw your own conclusions about whether or not community safety and policing are considered by the participants as the same thing. I would argue that they are not.
I see. So that bar chart, again, is that the result of the build a budget tool, or is that a result of the surveys?
So the bar chart, my understanding, is the result of the build a budget tool. So this is where people got to play with how much investment they wanted by program.
Oh, okay. And so the dot matrix, the understanding service satisfaction or the progress in current state, that's more out of the survey data.
Correct. The bar graph is the dial up or dial down budget tool, which gives you sentiment as opposed to dollar amounts, obviously.
Okay, all right, that makes more sense then. So it's not necessarily that 43% of Edmontonians wanted, as a survey result, this is when people filled out that build a budget tool, this is the result that 43% of them wanted to decrease funding to police and 39% wanted to increase funding to social development.
That's correct. You're reading it right.
Okay. Well, then that may help with clarity a little more then. So I think Mr. Mayor, I'm good for now, and I'll just hold for the next presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, for the balance the budget tool, was it used 3,266 times, or did 3,266 people use it?
Go ahead, Allison.
That number indicates the number of responses that we received to the tool, and I believe that they are unique responses, but I will get Alex to confirm that. They are users. Yeah, I just got confirmation. That's the number of users that we had.
So the number of people that used the tool?
That's correct, yeah.
And Councillor, you had to create an account to use the tool, so you had to be a committed user, not a casual observer.
Okay, good. And what percentage of the population is that?
I don't know the math on that. We can get back to you on that.
Stacey's doing math right now. She's the best one at it.
0.3%.
Okay, thank you. And I agree that it is a good tool to see for Edmontonians to see how the money is spent as well. And I also agree that overall, this is a great place to live. Yeah, I was just really curious about. My other questions were answered, so that's it for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Let me see who else. Okay, Councillor Principe, can you take the chair? I have some
Sure,
questions.
Mr. Mayor, I have the chair.
So first of all, thank you so much for all the great work on this. Really comprehensive. My question is that how do we continue to engage Edmontonians beyond the budget, right? Once the budget is approved, how we continue to give them the information, because this is very good engagement.
So there is a very comprehensive process underway to keep them apprised of how budget is going, but after the fact, what we need to continue to do, and we're committed to doing so, is explaining to Edmontonians on an ongoing basis the value they get for their tax dollars. That is particularly important as we come up to tax time. So it's an ongoing process.
So on that, I heard a figure that on average, the average household pays about $8 a day in property taxes to the city. I heard that figure somewhere. I don't know if am I right on that or not?
So it's hard for us to do average Edmontonian, but maybe let me take that away.
Yeah, it wasn't an average Edmonton. I think it was that a house assessed at an average value, which is at $450,000, pays $8 per day. In return, they get, services that you identified, all of the services from winter road maintenance to spring cleanup to community safety, public transit, some affordable housing, public traffic safety. So what I'm trying to say that if you were to frame it, if you pay $8 a day, you get a whole bunch of services that you cannot actually get on your own, but collectively you get at a very affordable rate.
As we lead up to tax season, it will be really important to convey to Edmontonians the value that they get for their investment, for sure. And small numbers are more manageable than big numbers, for sure.
Yeah. And it is also true, I remember that when we were doing analysis on how much average taxes people pay to province, to feds, to the city, are we still around that 8 cents of every dollar, or is that gap, which way that gap trending?
So that is correct. We're roughly 8% of all, when you add up all of the total tax dollars.
We're still in that.
And it's been, I think, fairly stable. But the data that we have on that is a little bit older.
I see, okay. Are you thinking of updating that data in the near future, or?
So I believe that we just have to wait for the data sets to be updated.
I got it, okay. And in your engagement, have you found that people who are more engaged with the overall, how the city is run and managed, and do you think their satisfaction is higher than those who may not be paying close attention?
The short answer to that is yes. The more engaged one is with the city, the more satisfied one is with the services, but I'll let the team elaborate.
We don't have specific information on that, but other research that we've conducted in the past does demonstrate that the more somebody is paying attention and the more they know about the city, the happier they are and the more satisfied they are.
I think that's why it's important that we continue to engage and update and communicate all the services that we provide. And I noticed this is not a criticism, right? When I was a federal minister, federal government will introduce a program or allocate funding, but they will use multiple opportunities to highlight that, right? I have not seen that happening here as often. I'll give you an example of the work we're doing on community safety, for example, wellness and Chinatown, downtown. A lot of things are happening. We try to communicate, but we just assume that people will know that we're doing that. Maybe something to learn from other orders of government, how they continue to highlight their work, which needs to be highlighted, and then more people are informed about it.
We accept that challenge to be more repetitive, and I would simply highlight as well that we're also competing for time and attention.
That's true.
A ton of things that are on people's minds.
Yeah. Okay, good. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate this work. Very important work. I will move the second round.
Thank you. Please vote.
Second.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Tang, for seconding that. Please vote.
Okay, I'll take the chair back then before somebody else came on board. Sorry. Was Councillor Paquette?
Sorry, there's a live vote, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, so let's vote. We can come back to Councillor Paquette. Let's vote, please. Oh, sorry.
Just waiting on 4 more votes.
Yeah, I
Please.
am just signing up.
Thank you.
Councillor Jantz? Councillor Jantz, are you in the meeting? Thank you so much. We have all the votes, Deputy Mayor.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Okay.
I'll pass the chair back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And here we go. Councillor, he's no longer on the board. So
I'll swing back around in case my questions are already asked.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Just a final question. In terms of, one thing that I noticed wasn't part of the survey was climate change. And I appreciate that's not sort of a direct service that the city provides, but wondering if there's thought to gathering Edmontonians' feedback on climate change and our actions towards that.
Councillor Stevenson, we have that data, and there are very many Edmontonians who are concerned with climate change and the impacts that we're seeing through things like increased wildfire smoke, through freezing rain through the winter, and I can follow up with the exact numbers on that, but we do have that data.
Yeah, I think I'm wondering if in future years it's possible to potentially incorporate that in the satisfaction survey to some extent. Just some thoughts on that.
Yeah, we appreciate the question. We did have good, robust conversation as to which services to include. One of the difficult components like this is the ability to actually direct and call out the specific service that is being provided, and knowing that we do have robust information throughout the listening and learning system that also is historic in the Connect Edmonton and City Plan indicators, and also ongoing about those specific programs. But we can absolutely take a look at that.
Yeah, and I appreciate the complexity, because again, there's not a single service that's provided, but appreciate you taking that on for future years. And thanks again so much for all the work.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just listening very closely to all of this. We're in a budget discussion, but a big portion of budget is about communication. And I'm subscribed to City of Edmonton Communications, and I think what we get is fantastic. But I guess what has been raised today by different councillors is the concern that perhaps we're not speaking as loudly and repetitively with the public as possible, or as loudly. So I'm just, it makes me wonder about some of these results, because they do square with a lot of things I hear from the public. But also at the doors, I tend to get a little bit of a different picture from residents, which is frankly a little more positive. So I'm wondering if maybe administration would like to comment on that.
Did I understand you to say, Councillor, that things tend to be more positive at the doors?
Yeah, in person with communication and being able to talk with people and have conversations. The end result is that people generally either didn't know that something was happening, or didn't know which order of government was responsible for something, and it changes their perspective. So just having like really brief conversations with people in the community seems to change their perception. I'm just wondering how we replicate that from a city communication standpoint.
Certainly when we have in-person engagements of any kind, or even virtual engagements where context setting and conversation can ensue, we get the best kind of information. And I think it's fair to say that anonymity also alters people's expression of disappointment or pleasure. You can do considerably more when you are an anonymous entity than you would, for example, on a doorstep.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Although I will tell you that other interactions in the community might undermine that position. But I will also maybe say that human thought is complex. And anonymity does not always equal authenticity when we are exposed to different kinds of thoughts and communication. So I think you already know that. And so I'm not calling into question the utility of the tool, but I am just sort of, it's an interesting read. I will tell you that, to see the responses where things that are labeled as priorities also get labeled as maybe less important for funding. So it's an interesting stew. It's trying to pick out the good parts it's definitely a challenge. All right, I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Thank you. I just have a few last questions. But Ms. Sparks, I just want to follow up on what you said earlier about the program service review. That kind of piqued the interest for me. Have we ever done not a PSR of a PSR, but like an audit of that process to see if it's actually effective at, encouraging those kinds of changes?
So we have recently created the Service Review and Improvement Initiative to be an ongoing carry forward of the PSR. So while we didn't do a formal evaluation of it per se, we did do lessons learned and evaluate methodology, approaches, changed and made the appropriate changes to include elements of how we now speak and engage with Edmontonians, work with our partners different to create a bit of the new program. So that evaluation was done ongoing, I would say.
Okay, interesting. And just on the thread of the awareness piece and communication piece, I'm wondering about the civic boards, given few of my colleagues have flagged that. what are the opportunities that we're creating for people to just learn about what the boards do? Or do we leave it just to the individual boards to communicate that themselves?
These bodies of research give us clues as to what we should be communicating differently and better about, and I think that opportunity is ripe.
Okay, and maybe just add one more to that ripeness. Hearing that residents want the city to explain how we make evidence-based decisions, and just curious, what are some of the ways that we can do it better? And anyways, I think this is kind of in that pot of the things that we can communicate better. So that I think I will add that one too.
We use it as not only budget insight, but insight into where research and engagement and communications needs to go.
Mm-hmm. And for 7.4, the business plan performance, I understand those are big business plan objectives, but, a lot of those indicators also align really well with city plan. But I guess I just want to clarify, those indicators are not, they stem from city plan, but they're not one-to-one kind of tracking, would you say?
So there's a variety of different types of indicators. So we have the community indicators, and then we have corporate measures as well. So the community indicators come from both Connect Edmonton and City Plan.
Okay.
But you're right, they're not necessarily one for one, but they do try to cover the breadth of all of the big city moves and the 4 strategic goals.
Great. And then just a very specific one, that greenhouse emission, for the data, is that on track with our target trend in terms of the decrease?
Unless Stephanie McCabe might know that offhand, we're going to have to take that away and get more specific information for you.
Yeah, so I was kind of curious too about how it compares with the various trends we've kind of flagged in the city plan. And anyway, so that was one that stood out to me. And lastly, so when I was reading that report, I was just noticing that the later sections, they don't have the same setup as the first Transforming Edmonton section that were very concrete indicators. And so notable achievements, for example, for me, isn't an outcome. It's a great achievement, but what does it achieve in terms of, reputation, outcomes, and that kind of stuff? Wonder if you can just speak to a little bit of kind of why that piece was a little bit different.
Definitely. So the Transforming for the Future section is really about those 2 larger plans. As I said, the Connect Edmonton City Plan, that's council's purview. On the Managing the Corporation and Delivering Excellent Service, those fall under administrative realm, and we do have a number of different measures that as we come forward, this is sort of the first of many annual reports that you'll see, and we do have more indicators that you'll start to see coming forward, but those really fall more under that administration umbrella that's on the how do we run the business sort of.
I see. Okay, great. Thank you very much for those clarifications. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have with us today kids from the same school that were here earlier on, Stratford Elementary School, with their teacher, Mrs. Brooks, right? And the councillor that represents your ward is Councillor Hamilton. Nice to see you all. All right, thank you so much. So that concludes the questions. We have motions on the floor. Anyone to speak? Seeing none. Sorry, so hold on. Councillor Rice, are you trying to sign up? Here you go, Councillor Rice. You have questions, right? Oh, to speak these reports for information? Okay. All right, so, we have motion on the floor. So, Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I really want to start to say, yes, those 3 reports provide the evidence-based information and during our budget exercise. And specifically, this budget engagement exercise provide lots of what our public and our Edmontonians want. By looking at the budget exercise table, and we can see very clearly what our Edmontonians want us to increase investment, what our Edmontonians want us to decrease investment. I think the key point I really want to bring to here is, yes, this information received, but it's not only about received is about how we strategically use them and for our decision to make the budget decision that could most benefit and to our Edmontonians. I just want to say very shortly about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to, reiterate just the gratitude for this work. I think engagement's never easy, and it's hard to get to every single person and every demographic that we might have, but I thought this was a really excellent work and just even getting that snapshot. I think the biggest takeaway for me, there were moments of like, oh, this is really interesting, but then there's a lot of moments of like, not too surprising. And what I really appreciate is that the tensions that Edmontonians are highlighting are the same tensions that we're feeling in this room, and I'm sure administration. And I think that resonance is important as we head into this budget. Yeah, and I think overall, I heed administration's advice that just because something is, there's percentage of decrease in service or increase in service, that is one source of information that we have to think about. That's not necessarily the answer entirely, and so I appreciate that advice. Anyways, thank you all very much, and highly supportive of these motions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tang. See none more, so please vote.
Give all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so we are going to go into item 7.1, the proposed 2023-2026 capital budget. And this is the very comprehensive report a presentation that we talked about earlier, about an hour long. So maybe what we should do right on the onset, because we will go into our break, can we extend the order by 15 minutes to 12:15? So we don't have to break the presentation. Is that okay? It's about an hour long, right? Andre?
It's about an hour long, but I think if we start, I think we may be able to get it done by 12, but just in case, yeah.
Okay, up to you. I don't want to interrupt the proceeding right in the middle.
We can always just pause whatever council's desire it is, but we'll try to finish on time, and if not, then we can just pause.
Okay, well, you have 52 minutes. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much. This capital budget is about building a great city, including the parks, bridges, paths, roads, buildings, and LRT lines that Edmontonians use every day. The proposed budget works with available funding to find a balance between maintaining the infrastructure we have and building the infrastructure Edmontonians need to thrive now and into the future. The proposed four-year budget has taken more than a year to develop and has involved analysis of the economy and the city's financial position, careful prioritization of projects, and engagement with City Council and, of course, Edmontonians. For our time together today, we'll go over the main parts of the capital budget, which includes setting the context for the capital budget, funding, debt, and capacity, how we built the capital budget, which is before you today, and the proposed capital investment. Today's presentation will take approximately 45 minutes, but this is a good investment of time to go over the four-year capital budget, which in total is $7.75 billion. To give an overview of how we build the capital and operating budgets, administration starts with Connect Edmonton and the city plan as the vision and direction that underlie the budget development. These documents were prepared with engagement from thousands of Edmontonians, and in January, we confirmed with City Council their priorities, which align with the vision articulated in the strategic plans. It's important to understand the impact budgets will have on the residents of the city, and to do this properly, it is necessary to understand the economic context of our city, its post-COVID recovery, and all the pressures facing all of us and Edmontonians. Alongside the development of the four-year budget, administration performs research, engages with surveys Edmontonians to find out what is important to them, how they experience our services, and where they would like to see increased or decreased investment, as we discussed in the previous reports. For this four-year cycle, we're also considering the carbon impacts within the budget. As we are performing this work internally, branches and departments are working collaboratively to identify integrated insights to ensure that the corporation is moving forward in alignment with the city's strategic plans. We have evaluated and assessed services and subservices to aid in the prioritization of the budget, priorities and needs. Budgets involved assessment and judgment. We don't approach the budget like a formula, but rather we use all the information available to recommend a budget that balances council's vision with the everyday needs of Edmontonians. So here to lead you through the presentation today is Stacey Padbury, our DCM of Financial and Corporate Services, Adam Laughlin, our Deputy City Manager of Integrated Infrastructure Services, Harm Rai, Deputy City Treasurer and Branch Manager of Financial and Corporate Services, Jody Graham, our Director of Budget Planning and Development, and Felicia Muthiardi, our Corporate Economist. So Stacey, over to you.
The total proposed capital budget for 2023 to 2026 is $7.75 billion. Of this amount, $4.45 billion relates to previously approved projects, and $3.3 billion is new recommended investment in growth and renewal. The proposed capital budget consists of $6.97 billion of investment in the period 2023 to 2026, and about $775 million, so $0.775 billion in 2027 and beyond. The total amount of proposed growth in this budget is $5.26 billion, and the total amount proposed for renewal is $2.49 billion. This graph on this slide provides a high-level breakdown of the funding sources that comprise the $7.75 billion capital budget. Debt financing and provincial and federal grants account for nearly 3/4 of total funding. Reserves, pay-as-you-go, and accumulated surplus and retained earnings make up the remaining amount. This slide reflects the proposed 2023 to 2026 capital budget allocation by corporate outcomes and 3 transformational projects, emphasizing investment in the movement of people and goods, LRT expansion, and recreation and culture. The corporate outcomes shown here are broken down further within the budget binder into specific services the assets will provide once constructed. For example, within movement of people and goods are roads and active pathway projects and transit service projects. Within recreation and culture are projects that offer services in recreation and cultural programming, recreational and sport facility access, Edmonton Public Library, and internment and perpetual care. This illustration is just one way to view the capital budget, and it does not tell the whole story. There's more behind these numbers in the breakdown. The capital budget is integrated through numerous city strategies, policies, procedures, and practices that are embedded through each of the corporate outcomes. For example, assets directly tied to services that fall under the corporate outcome of environmental protection represent just 5.7% on this slide, but this view does not fully reflect the environmental considerations that go into planning, design, and delivery of all capital assets. There are many examples throughout the budget, but they are most evident in the transformational projects undertaken by the city. Examples include climate resilience and flood mitigation that has been embedded into the Yellowhead Freeway conversion, the investment in mass transit projects like LRT, and Blatchford, the city's carbon neutral neighborhood that is powered by renewable energy. Throughout the presentation, we will highlight the strategic alignment and the other economic and developmental lenses applied throughout the capital budget. Let's begin with the strategic context and a high-level overview of Council's vision and direction and how that informs what we build and activate throughout the city. The 2023 to 2026 proposed capital budget is part of the city's strategic planning framework. The city's long-term goals are outlined in 2 documents, Connect Edmonton and the City Plan. Connect Edmonton sets the direction for the future and identifies where changes are required. It is based on an aspirational vision of Edmonton in 2050 and focuses on 4 strategic goals for the 2019 to 2028 period that require transformational change: healthy city, urban places, regional prosperity, and climate resilience. The city plan combines a municipal development plan and a transportation master plan and includes direction for environmental planning and social planning and economic development. The city plan's 5 big city moves are bold, transformational priorities that advance Connect Edmonton's goals and point the ways we deliberately build our city on a journey towards 2 million Edmontonians. The big city moves are greener as we grow, a rebuildable city, a community of communities, inclusive and compassionate, and catalyze and converge. Council has confirmed 6 priorities for the 2023 to 2026 cycle that focus on servicing Edmontonians and transforming for the future. These priorities are influenced by both formal engagement with residents and the regular interactions councillors have with their constituents. The council priorities help focus administration's efforts in the priority areas of community safety and well-being, arts and culture, 15-minute districts and district planning, the mobility network, economic growth, and climate action and energy transition. Each of these help to advance the strategic goals of Connect Edmonton and the city plan's big city moves. In the previous presentations, we shared the strategic documents that guide the preparation and alignment of the corporate business plan and 4-year budgets. Incorporating these visions and plans ensures that we're moving in the right direction. This is a busy slide, but I want to take a minute to talk about the strategic planning framework and the high-level timelines we look at when building a city to welcome 2 million people. It's the city plan that outlines the choices we need to make to realize the goal of a vibrant, healthy, sustainable city of 2 million people. Connect Edmonton sets the direction for our future and outlines where the city needs to change today to realize our vision for Edmonton in 2050. It has 4 10-year goals that will be revisited in 2028, and that means that over the course of building a city for 2 million people, there will be at least 3 strategic plans. Each time we bring you a budget, we develop operating and capital investment outlooks. Done every 4 years, these plans provide a 10-year forecast. In turn, these documents inform how we make decisions and allocate our resources in the 4-year planning and budget cycle, which is decided through the corporate business plan and the operating and capital budgets. And you can see from this slide that there are a number of budget cycles in our journey to 2 million people. It's important that we make progress in each cycle to reach goals over time, but it isn't necessary, nor is it feasible to implement everything in a single budget cycle. We will bring you a strategic approach to achieve the vision and future and balance the need for transformational change with the current economic constraints. But as council, you decide how far and how fast we move at every point in the journey. You will likely hear us refer back to the corporate weave throughout the budget as a wayfinding tool to describe our financial recommendations. Although the bulk of the capital budget is stewarded by integrated infrastructure services with some support from financial and corporate services, the capital profiles directly and indirectly touch every city department. Within the capital profiles, we have costed the necessary corporate services to do the work. That includes contract management, communications, and public engagement. This is an integrated budget. As we consider the capital budget, specifically the infrastructure that we build, we also consider what will be required when these assets move into an operational portfolio. Any asset requires maintenance, and many assets require animation to become meaningful to Edmontonians. I will now pass it over to Felicia Muthiardi, our corporate economist, to provide a brief economic overview.
Thank you. Recovery from the economic impacts of the pandemic has been on an impressive trajectory, but inflation has been running high, largely due to supply-side constraints, and has been more persistent than initially expected. Inflation has been affecting capital project costs through the price and availability of materials and equipment and is reducing the city's purchasing power. To illustrate the scale of price pressures, here are year-over-year changes in 2 price indexes. The first, in blue, is a National Industrial Product Price Index, or the IPPI, which illustrates inflation in domestic manufacturing. Year-over-year growth in this index began to accelerate at the start of 2021 and has remained at high levels. Construction materials and equipment do not necessarily have to come from domestic sources to be subject to strong price pressures. This is intended to be illustrative, as high inflation is not unique to Canada. And now this is affecting building construction prices. The Building Construction Price Index, or the BCPI, for non-residential structures in the Edmonton CMA is the other price index on this chart in light blue. Next slide, please. Following a strong performance in 2021, we expect the economy to recover to pre-pandemic levels by the end of this year, but for growth to moderate over the next 4 years. We are expecting inflationary pressures to ease, with non-residential construction inflation rates averaging about 2.5% annually between 2023 and 2026. However, there are no guarantees on the timing and scale of this easing, and it is unlikely that we'll see price levels reverse course. We also cannot say for certain whether we have seen the full impact of inflation in our economy. For example, wage pressures, including in the construction sector, in response to high consumer inflation and labor shortages, may become more apparent in future. What this means is that the city's financial capacity will be further constrained with an increased risk of capital project costs rising beyond predicted inflation rates. I will now turn it back to Ms. Padbury.
From an environmental perspective, Edmonton is committed to climate action and protection through the implementation of Edmonton's 2 climate strategies: the Community Energy Transition Strategy, which is Edmonton's greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan, and the Climate Resilient Edmonton Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan, which is Edmonton's plan to prepare for changing climate impacts. The implementation of the city's 2 climate strategies involve not just resource allocation, but policy choices applicable to both the city and its residents, ensuring that the city is being built in an environmentally responsible manner. Along with these strategies, the City of Edmonton has a number of policies that support environmental goals, including City Policy C567, Green Building, City Policy 594, Open Space Policy, and City Policy C627, Climate Resilience and Related Procedures. To support Edmonton's transition to a low-carbon future in the 2023 to 2026 budget, this will be the first time a carbon budget is completed and delivered to Council in conjunction with the operating, capital, and utility budgets. Use of the carbon budgeting and accounting framework will guide the organization and council in understanding how the city's financial investment decisions impact the achievement of emissions reductions targets or reduce Edmonton's carbon deficit. All budget requests have been assessed for both qualitative carbon impacts and detailed quantitative carbon impacts where possible. The qualitative assessment links direct emissions impacts to the 4 pathways in the energy transition strategy and indicates indirect emissions impacts. Carbon impacts have been presented for each capital project and operating service package under consideration in the 2023 to 2026 budget in the standalone carbon budget document that will be presented on November 14th. The city plan provides guidance on how to accommodate a projected 520,000 new jobs as Edmonton's population grows to 2 million by 2065. As of the city's latest projections, an additional 96,600 persons are expected to be employed in Edmonton by 2030. Edmonton's Economic Action Plan cascades from the city plan by identifying specific actions aimed at attracting these jobs. The plan includes an action to allocate city budget resources and build and maintain city-owned infrastructure, which supports economic growth and contributes to job creation. Investing in Edmonton's infrastructure networks will also enhance urban vitality and make the city more competitive for attracting talent and business investment. Key city initiatives to drive economic development include supporting a vibrant downtown core and Chinatown, investing in infrastructure projects that support industry and industrial development, and supporting Edmonton's energy transition strategy. While items in this capital budget are presented by corporate outcome and service, as seen on previous slides, projects within the capital budget touch a number of strategic, environmental, and economic development goals. To illustrate this, we've selected 2 examples of projects, the first being large transformational LRT expansion occurring over the next budget cycle. In addition to contributing to the outcome of movement of people and goods via public transit service, this project also represents critical implementation of the mobility system in the city plan, particularly the transit network, and provides more transportation choices, which leads to a reduction in GHGs. The location of Valley Line West also supports key nodes and corridors, which will catalyze the development, growth, and economic investment in the redevelopment areas of the city. The city plan has 6 guiding values, and of these, expansion of the mass transit system allows Edmontonians to live in a place that feels like home and have access within their city. A robust mass transit system enables the Edmonton metro region to attract investment from around the globe as a key criterion for business who want to locate in the city that attracts skilled talent to new jobs. The second example is a much smaller project within the proposed 2023 to 2026 capital budget, Beaver Hills and Michael Fair Park. This project was selected to demonstrate that it's not just large transformational projects that make an impact on neighborhood vitality and greening key destinations. In addition to contributing to the corporate outcome of environmental protection via the Parks and Open Space Access Service, this project provides, it also supports residential and business density increases to downtown and to enhance downtown vibrancy. Sorry, I'm stumbling on my words today. It enhances capital ecology and wellness at a local level, and it capitalizes on providing greater value in inclusive and accessible open spaces within the city's existing assets. As a rebuildable city, Edmonton needs to maximize opportunities with existing infrastructure. This example is one that has the potential to provide open space that advance environmental and biodiversity goals while creating a more attractive environment for business investment, including more residential development. It presents an accessible and inclusive open space for Edmontonians to enjoy within our downtown. I'll now pass it to Harm Rai.
Thanks, Stacey. So the ability to execute growth and renewal capital projects is constrained by the amount of available capital funding and debt capacity. In order to maximize the efficiency of capital spending, it's critical to achieve as much certainty as possible around the timing, sources, and amount of funding based on what is known and committed in the present moment. The total funding that was available and allocated to growth and renewal in the 23 to 2026 proposed capital budget is seen in this table and is divided into 3 categories. The first category is constrained funding, which is funding that is dedicated, for various reasons, to specific types of infrastructure or projects. Constrained funding is often tied to grants from other levels of government, developer and partner contributions, or a dedicated tax levy such as the Neighborhood Renewal Program. The second category is unconstrained funding, which is funding that is available at Council's discretion and with no restrictions for a variety of infrastructure needs. The third category is debt financing, which is an available financing tool guided under the debt management fiscal policy. Administration has recommended the following projects to be funded with new tax-supported debt in the proposed 23 to 2026 capital budget. High-level bridge rehabilitation for $270 million, light rail vehicle replacements for $241 million, William Horlock Park rehabilitation for $127 million, the city's share of the funding required for the new Southeast Transit Garage for $316 million, additional debt repaid with Downtown Community Revitalization Levy funds for $47 million, and lastly, a recosting adjustment required for required to deliver the Terwilliger Park Expressway upgrades project for $44 million. The following slides will walk Council through the impact of this additional debt under the current and proposed new debt management fiscal policies. Next slide. This first chart shows the impact of debt financing within the 23 to 2026 proposed capital budget under the debt management fiscal policy, showing both the impact of currently approved debt finance projects and the new debt being proposed. The projection shows that if all new debt finance projects were approved, this would breach the limits defined in the current debt policy in 2027 and 2028. Based on current assumptions, this is estimated to be $15 million in debt servicing over the tax-supported limit, which equates to around $200 million in borrowing. Next slide. The chart on this slide shows the impact of debt financing within the 23 to 2026 proposed capital budget under the new proposed debt management fiscal policy that was presented to Council on October 17th. The new proposed policy considers new limits for debt servicing, along with varying restrictions depending on debt servicing levels compared to revenues and expenditures. Similar to the current policy, the most constrained of those limits is the tax-supported debt servicing limit, which is proposed to be 18% of tax-supported net operating expenditures, and is represented by the green line on the graph. The red line on this graph represents the estimated total tax-supported debt servicing costs when including all 100% debt finance projects recommended in the 23 to 26 capital budget. These projects would result in tax-supported debt servicing reaching around 97% of the tax-supported debt limit in 2027. The purple line shown in the graph shows the additional impact of adding the new Southeast Transit Garage project, which is recommended in the proposed budget. With this project added, the total tax-supported debt servicing would be exceeded. However, as the Transit Garage project is intended to have matching grant funding, it is permitted use of debt financing when above the 18% tax-supported debt limit. The modeling shown in this graph indicates that if administration's proposed use of new debt financing is approved by Council, future debt financing approvals would have to follow what the new debt policy contemplates as constrained borrowing, where debt is only permitted for projects with at least 1/3 external funding, self-supported tax-guaranteed debt, or self-liquidating debt, or for emergency purposes. Next slide. So rising interest rates have had a significant impact on the amount of debt room available under the old and new proposed debt fiscal policies. While interest rates are fixed at the time of borrowing, new projects recommended within the proposed capital budget, as well as previously approved projects that have yet to commence or are still in progress, are exposed to risk from rising interest rates. As interest rates increase in Canada, so too does the city's cost of new borrowing. Since October 1st, 2021, the interest rates on a 25-year loan have increased by approximately 2.5 percentage points. This increase in rates means that the total interest paid on the life of a 25-year loan of $100 million has increased by $38.2 million to almost double at $78.9 million. The chart on this slide illustrates the impact of rising interest rates on the forecasted tax-supported debt servicing under both the old and new proposed limits. The green line in the graph represents the projected total debt servicing costs when using the lower 2021 interest rate as a base assumption for future borrowing. Under this assumption, the city would come within 92% of its limits, allowing up to an additional $450 million of borrowing before reaching the limit. The red line in the graph represents the projected total tax-supported debt servicing costs when using the higher 2022 interest rates as a base assumption for future borrowing. Now, under this assumption, debt servicing costs increase by nearly $50 million per year, resulting in projected debt servicing slightly exceeding the limits in 2027 and 28. Next slide. The final slide on debt financing illustrates the growth in total debt on the city's balance sheet between 2002 and 2021, and projected to 2032 based on the debt that is currently already approved and recommended for future years. I will now pass it over to Adam Laughlin to walk you through the budget building blocks.
Thank you, Harm. Next slide. Before getting into details of how the capital budget was prioritized and built, we wanted to highlight the key definitions of renewal projects, growth projects, and the renewal program ideal investment, which are provided on the slide. They were included in the CIO, and more details are starting on page 42 of attachment 1. This is an important reminder of how we define the capital projects and programs. Next slide. This slide lays out the principles that administration used for developing the capital budget. These principles were embedded with the prioritization processes used for both growth and renewal. The principles are prioritize projects to achieve the best results for the city overall, use cash, our pay-as-you-go and unconstrained grant funding for ongoing projects like maintenance and renewal, use borrowing for new significant projects that are eligible according to the debt management fiscal policy, consider borrowing capacity, identify the funding sources for the debt servicing when the debt is proposed, align capital investments to the city plan's big city moves to build a city that delivers on the 2050 Connect Edmonton vision, optimize investment in existing municipal infrastructure to ensure all assets are in a condition that allows them to meet the intended service levels, allocate resources to achieve an approved balance between the renewal of existing infrastructure and the demand for new infrastructure growth, and identify and account for all future operating, maintenance, and renewal costs associated with capital projects and include those costs in future budgets as appropriate. The next 4 slides will provide an overview of the city's asset inventory, ideal renewal investment funding available for renewal, and the impact of funding available for renewal. Renewal projects focus on making the most of existing capital assets. The process of deciding what to fund and to what degree in the renewal framework is achieved through a customized assessment methodology, the Risk-Based Infrastructure Management System, or what we refer to as RIMS, which the city developed. Investing in renewal begins with comprehensive understanding of the nature, scope, and state of all city assets. The City of Edmonton, as of the end of 2021, had a total asset replacement value of $31.6 billion. The breakdown of these assets is provided on the chart on the left-hand side of this slide, which illustrate that the assets related to the movement of goods and people account for nearly half of the city's assets. The physical condition of the assets is an assessment made at a specific point in time. A good measure of the effectiveness of the city's renewal program is the percentage of assets that are in poor and very poor condition, which has ranged from 16% in 2011 to 9.1% in 2021, as illustrated in the graph on the right hand of the slide. The city's approach is to build an effective, transparent, data-driven system that connects asset and investment to strategic goals and service level outcomes. The city has developed performance indicators and raised public awareness of its infrastructure challenges to help define needs. The work has led to identifying, developing, and adopting nationally recognized solutions such as evaluation tools and leading-edge models to ascertain long-term infrastructure investment strategies. Guided by the infrastructure strategy, the city is progressing its asset management practice across the organization. The practice includes building asset management systems, processes, and guided decision-making based on the following 5 principles: service delivery to customers, long-term sustainability and resiliency, an integrated, holistic approach, investment decision-making, and innovation and continuous improvement. These defining principles also form the basis of Council's Infrastructure Asset Management Policy C-598. An overarching theme of the city's objectives for asset management holds that assets are planned, acquired, used, decommissioned, and divested to support the delivery of city programs and services while ensuring the best value to the city. RIMS was applied to city infrastructure assets and modeled over a 30-year period to predict the optimal funding to maintain city assets in a good state of repair. The model was set to determine the annual investment required to bring all city assets to their target physical performance levels by 2031, which is a 20-year period going back to the 2012 to 2014 capital budget cycle. The RIMS model recommended a 4-year renewal investment of $3.17 billion. When including the estimated amount for complementary and opportunistic growth investments made on renewal projects, the total 4-year ideal investment is $3.58 billion. With the ideal investment identified and the projected constrained and unconstrained funding available to renewal identified at $1.93 billion, the city has a renewal funding gap of 1.65 billion for 2023 to 2026. Put another way, the city is funding renewal to approximately 54% of the ideal investment. This, however, does not paint a complete picture of the large proportion of assets that will receive 100% funding because of constrained, dedicated funding, namely the Neighborhood Renewal Program. Looking at just the portion of the renewal program that is funded with unconstrained funding, the city would only achieve approximately 30% of its ideal investment. As a result of this shortfall, the funding was first distributed proportionally to the RIM's ideal allocation and refined to ensure assets with the highest needs were resourced sufficiently, with a focus on addressing health, safety, and mandated work. Within the asset allocation, renewal projects are prioritized using a combination of quantitative and qualitative data such as physical condition, asset age, and typical renewal schedules, as well as health and safety considerations, alignment with council priorities, and adjacencies with other projects. The reasons for the large gap between the ideal renewal investment and funding available are an increase in renewal costs and a decrease in available unconstrained funding compared to previous budget cycles. Increased renewal costs are due to an increase in the city's overall asset pool, higher costs, and price escalations to carry out renewal work, timing of large and high-cost projects, and the cumulative impact of funding less than ideal investments in previous cycles, which was partly to leave funding available for growth and partly due to funding cuts. Modeling was performed to determine the impact of this funding level on the percentage of assets in poor and very poor condition, which we refer to as DNF. The result, as shown on the graph on the slide, is an increase in the percentage of assets in DNF condition, represented as an expanding range due to the variability of funding available to renewal during this time period. Generally, the longer the required renewal of municipal assets is deferred, the more deterioration impacts are felt and the more expensive it becomes to bring these assets back to an acceptable condition. At first glance, the deterioration in asset conditions shown in the graph does not look that bad. However, the high end of the range exceeds 25% of assets in a DNF condition, which would be a nearly 300% increase compared to the 9.1% of assets in DNF condition the city had as of 2021. Put another way, 25% of the city's total current 31.6 billion in assets would represent close to $8 billion of city-owned assets being in poor or very poor condition. We'll now shift from renewal to growth. To develop the 2023 to 2026 proposed capital budget, administration assessed all growth projects identified and used prioritization criteria to evaluate and produce initial ranking of the projects. The criteria used a value management approach that is consistent to what is used in the development of the 2019 to 2022 capital budget with a few enhancements. Consistent with the methodology used for priority-based budgeting in the operating budget, prioritization criteria that were used to evaluate each growth project fell into the following groups: strategic alignment, city plan, big city moves, strategic alignment, service scoring, and basic project attributes. However, as described in the previous slides of the city's renewal program, it was communicated that nearly all available funding would be required to be put towards renewal. Therefore, further prioritization was required to determine what investments would be appropriate to recommend for growth. As a result, the only new growth projects recommended in the proposed 2023 to 2026 capital budget were those that were mandated by legislation, had high safety impacts, had high priority, and were eligible to receive funding from partners and other orders of government, or were funded with constrained funding sources. I'll now turn it over to Jody Graham to discuss building the capital budget.
Before we walk you through the details of how the capital budget was built, we wanted to highlight the difference between the operating and capital budget processes. In the operating budget, Council decides what services it wants to provide and then determines the tax levy required to deliver those services. The capital budget is the opposite, where the starting point is first determined by the total funding available and then allocating that funding out to capital projects using the prioritization criteria and methods for renewal and growth highlighted previously in this presentation. The first step in building the capital budget was determining the funding sources available for allocation. This slide starts with the available funding for capital in the middle, before administration allocated it out to the growth budget on the left and the renewal budget on the right. The first funding to be added to both budgets is the $4.44 billion of funding that was approved by previous council decisions. Of this amount, the majority, $4.16 billion, was previously approved for growth projects. These projects include 3 LRT expansion projects, Valley Line West, Capital Line South Phase 1, and the Metro Line to Blatchford. 2 recreation centers, Lewis Farms and Coronation, the Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Project, and the Blatchford redevelopment. The remaining $0.275 billion was previously approved towards renewal and includes such projects as the Edmonton Expo, Edmonton Convention Center, and the Edmonton Police Service Headquarters rehabilitation projects. The next pool of money to allocate between growth and renewal was the $1.08 billion of constrained funding, denoted in navy blue. This funding is allocated to the projects for which the funding is constrained and therefore must be used. The majority, $0.768 billion of the new constrained funding, was constrained for spending on the neighborhood program, renewal program only. This amount consists primarily of the neighborhood renewal levy and the fleet replacement reserve. The growth budget of $0.311 billion of constrained funding applied. The majority of this amount was land fund retained earnings, which is constrained for only the use of land development projects. Other sources of constrained funding used for growth are the funds in lieu reserve, the parkland purchase reserve, and the planning and development reserve. The next amount of funding to allocate out was the city's total $1.015 billion of unconstrained funding, illustrated in purple in the graph on this slide. As previously stated, this funding was the most flexible, and therefore it requires the most amount of time to prioritize and allocate. As discussed previously, based on the ideal investment required for the city's renewal project, administration had to modify the prioritization process related to growth projects in order to only approve the most necessary growth projects so that as much unconstrained funding as possible would be allocated and available for renewal. The first amount of unconstrained funding to growth was for projects assessed by administration as being legislatively required by mandate or having high safety impacts to public and employees if the project did not proceed. These projects required $1.68 million of unconstrained funding sources and included projects such as the delivery of the Walker and Cumberland fire stations, snow storage site upgrades, and occupational health and safety improvements at swimming pools and aquatic facilities. With these projects recommended, the remaining unconstrained funding available was reduced to $847 million. The only other growth projects administration considered for unconstrained funding in addition to mandate and safety projects were projects identified as having high strategic alignment to the city plan that also had matching funding available to offset a total cost of the project to the city. These projects resulted in another $74 million of total unconstrained funding being recommended for growth. For projects such as Greener as We Grow tree planting program, which will see $56.1 million of city pay-as-you-go dollars invested to receive $50 million in matching grant dollars, and the Imagine Jasper Avenue from 114th to 124th Streets project, which would see $13.6 million of city dollars invested to receive $8.7 million in matching grant dollars. This approach was consistent with the capital investment outlook presented to Council in June of 2022, which stated that the only strategic growth initiatives that could be afforded, given the city's current fiscal realities, are those that had partner or grant match funding available. After accounting for this final $61 million of unconstrained funding towards growth, the remaining total unconstrained funding left to be allocated was $773 million. This entire remaining amount was allocated to the city's renewal program. As discussed in the previous slide, even with this strategy to reduce growth investments and allocate as much unconstrained funding as possible to renewal, the unconstrained funded portion of the renewal program is still only funded to a level of 30.4%. The final funding source remaining is debt financing. Following the capital budget principles, administration has recommended $1.212 billion of debt financing for the 2023 to 2026 proposed capital budget, shown as green in this slide. $542 million of debt financing was recommended for growth projects. This amount includes debt financing for the new Southeast Transit Garage, the recosting increase for the Terwillegar Drive Expressway upgrade project, and the new debt for the downtown community revitalization projects, which will be repaid using the downtown CRL levy. Administration also recommended $670 million of new debt financing within the renewal budget to advance the replacement of the light rail vehicles on the city's original LRT fleet, the high-level bridge, and the William Hawrelak Park rehabilitation projects. Based on the large dollar value of each of these projects and the funding challenges being faced by the renewal program, it was determined that the renewal program would not be able to absorb the costs of these projects using unconstrained funds. Therefore, tax-supported debt was the only option to advance them. Once all available funding was allocated, including administration's recommendations for tax-supported debt, the final growth budget was $5.26 billion, and the final renewal budget was $2.49 billion. The final allocations seen on the left and the right of this slide tell the story of a large growth investment based on previously approved funding towards mostly transformational projects, and the most new funding available in the 23 to 26 budget cycle being directed to the renewal program based on a revised prioritization process to limit new growth investment. To give you a sense of the additional prioritization, we took all of the projects on the growth list, a total of 202 projects. We analyzed in groups and scored on the basis of mandate and safety. These projects were peer-reviewed across administration to ensure consistency and alignment across the corporation for anything being recommended for safety or mandated perspective. The remaining profiles being recommended for funding related to constrained funding, such as reserves or enterprise operations. Projects in Group 2 are not recommended for funding, but remain priorities given that they have already been previously designed. Group 3 projects align with federal and provincial priorities, which administration is recommending to reserve some debt capacity to ensure the ability to match funding. Finally, Group 4 includes all other projects that were identified as part of the budget process. This category includes unfunded libraries, Rolling Miles Recreation Center, and many other projects identified by Council on the next slide. The next two slides lay out funding options available should Council wish to make amendments to propose the 2023 to 2026 capital budget and the implications of those options. These first 5 options involve unfunding approved or recommended projects in order to use that funding for different purpose. Option 1 would be unfunding a previously approved capital project from the 19 to 2022 cycle. Only projects that have not started construction yet would be available for this option, and the implications of this approach could be significant penalties for contract terminations, stranded debt if the project had already been borrowed for, and possible reputational damage to the city. Option 2 would be unfunding a legislatively mandated or high safety impact project that was recommended by administration in the proposed capital budget. Only these projects funded with unconstrained funding sources would be applicable for this option, and implications of this approach would be the city not meeting legislated requirements or meeting public and employee safety expectations. Option 3 is unfunding a grant or partner-matched growth project that was recommended by administration in the proposed capital budget. Again, only those projects funded with unconstrained funding sources would be applicable for this option, and the implication would be the city turning away partner or grant dollars to instead pay full price for alternative projects instead. Option 4 would be to reduce the amount of unconstrained funding that administration is recommending to be put towards the city's renewal program. Implications of this option would be further reducing the unconstrained renewal program that is already only funded to a level of 30.4%, which would have safety and operational impacts. The final option would be to unfund a debt-financed project recommended by administration in the proposed capital budget. Implications of this option would be the city no longer pursuing up to $316 million in potential grant dollars to proceed with the new transit garage project, if selected to be defunded, or the creation of safety and asset management concerns if one of the debt-financed renewal projects was not advanced. The first two options on this slide involve how council could fund capital amendments using new capital funding. Option 1 would be approving new one-time pay-as-you-go funding to advance additional capital projects. This option would require an increase to the tax levy in the operating budget. In addition, pay-as-you-go is not recommended for large transformational projects. Option 2 is approving additional tax-supported debt within the debt limits of the debt management fiscal policy. The amount of room available will be dependent on the outcome of the new proposed debt management fiscal policy that Council will be debating in mid-November. The use of additional debt room would reduce the city's ability to respond to emerging items and possibly grant matching opportunities in current and future budget cycles. The final option listed on this slide relates to the redirection of the neighborhood renewal funds. Earlier this month, administration presented council with options for redirecting neighborhood renewal levy funding from the neighborhood renewal program to other pressing renewal needs that are currently only funded to the level of 30.4%. It is also possible that council could redirect neighborhood renewal funds instead to other initiatives. This option is only being presented due to the fact that the reduction to the work being completed in the neighborhood renewal program has less of a safety or mandate impact compared to if council unfunded the other growth and renewal recommendations made within the proposed 2023 to 2026 capital budget.
And excuse me, Jody, I think, Mayor, this is probably a good opportunity for a break. We've got about 7 slides more to do, but we can do those when
Absolutely.
It's a good opportunity.
All right, we'll take a break at this time and we'll be back at 1:30. Until then, we are on the recess.
bright shade of pink.
Yeah, and is in the easy.
It's like ball gown.
Sequins? Are we getting sequin blazers for the last day of budget? Is that what we're doing? I'm on it.
All right.
And I almost wore gold hoop earrings.
Are we ready? Okay, would like to call this meeting to order and do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel. Probably arriving shortly. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, here we are. And I'll pass the proceedings over back to our administration. So we can carry on with the presentation where we left off.
We'll
Go
carry
ahead.
on.
Yeah.
So there are times when administration recommends funding for a project conditional on the future event or a requirement being met. Most of the time this happens when there is a likelihood of a future grant being available that would require the city to provide matching funding to access it. In these cases, it is financially prudent to approve funding when the budget is initially set. When funding is recommended but includes a future consideration that must be met in order to be spent, it is referred to the funding being held in abeyance. When funding is held in abeyance, work does not commence until the required conditions are met. The proposed 2023 to 2026 capital budget includes 3 projects where the funding is being recommended but held in abeyance. The 3 projects include, as recommended, but with the abeyance conditions, are the new Southeast Transit Garage, the Greener As We Grow tree planting program, and the Imagine Jasper Avenue from 114th Street to 124th Street. The conditions for the abeyance to be lifted are listed in the far right column. Next slide, please. Operating impacts of capital include debt servicing costs when a capital project is funded with tax-supported debt and all other costs associated with operating or maintaining a capital asset after it has been put into service. The table on this slide shows the impacts of new tax-supported debt being recommended in the proposed 2023 to 2026 capital budget. The total debt servicing once all debt is fully borrowed is estimated to be $83.5 million per year by 2030. This would represent an estimated 3.74% tax levy increase phased in over the next 8 years. The debt servicing costs relating to Lewis Farms have been stricken in this slide above for reasons that will be explained prior to the completion of this presentation. On this table, the slide shows that other operating impacts of new capital recommended within the proposed 2023 to 2026 capital budget related to the cost associated with operating and maintaining the capital asset after it has been put into service. The total annual net operating impacts are estimated to be $14.7 million per year by 2029. This would represent an estimated 0.68% tax levy increase phased in over the next 7 years. For projects with operating impacts in 2023 to 2026, a service package has also been recommended with the proposed 2023 to 2026 operating budget. I will now turn the presentation over to Mr. Laughlin to discuss Lewis Farms.
Thanks, Jody. The main recommendation within the proposed 23 to 26 capital budget report includes a revision related to the Lewis Farms Recreation Center and Library. The project has progressed past checkpoint 4 of the project develop and deliver model into construction with site preparation and servicing underway. Since the approval of the delivery funding at the fall 2021 supplementary capital budget adjustment, administration has been working with its industry partners to finalize the design and commence construction. Through design and constructability adjustments, the impact of market conditions and overall inflation have been reduced. However, completing the project within the current scope would require $57.9 million of additional funding. The options to proceed are either to increase the budget by $57.9 million and build to the current scope approved, or reduce the scope of the project and deliver within the existing approved $310.6 million budget. If the scope is reduced, the core program elements that support community recreation would still be retained, and they include the district park, public library, and maintenance yard, as well as the arena, gymnasium, fitness center, gathering, and aquatic-based opportunities. To address cost escalations, the aquatic program would be reduced, eliminating the elements supporting aquatic sport training, such as the separate deep tank and dive tower, but maintaining the aquatic elements that primarily support community use. Administration had originally included the $57.9 million of recosting increase within the proposed 23 to 26 capital budget in order to preserve the debt room necessary to proceed with this option if council chose to. Given the significance of price escalations, the increasing constraint on debt in a rising interest rate environment, the significant number of requests for growth projects expected in the future, and the need to use debt for matching funding under future federal and provincial programs, as well as significant renewal needs, administration is recommending that the Lewis Farms Rec Centre be built to the approved budget of $310.6 million, which is why the main recommendation of the council report includes the removal of this item from attachment 1. And I'll turn it back to Stacy to close.
Before concluding the presentation today, we wanted to provide council and the public with a brief overview of how to navigate the very large package of documents that form part of the report in front of you today. Attachment 1 of this report is the 687-page proposed 2023 to 2026 capital budget, and this document includes 6 appendices. Appendix A includes copies of all capital profiles included in the budget, as well as a guide on how to read and interpret each profile. Appendix B includes a detailed list of all growth projects recommended within the budget and outlines the stage of the project development and delivery model they are recommended for. Appendix C provides additional details on the prioritization criteria that were used to assess growth projects. Appendix D provides the operating impacts of capital for both debt servicing and the costs associated with operating the assets once in service. And finally, Appendix E and F are listings of projects that were not recommended for funding in the proposed budget. Attachment 2 of the report contains responses to all of the motions made by council related to the 2023 to 2026 capital budget. If unfunded profiles were required to respond to these motions, they have been included in Attachment 3. This concludes our presentation on the proposed 2023 to 2026 capital budget, which aims to balance renewal and growth projects so capital investment maximizes benefits, reduces risks, and provides the service levels to meet Edmontonians' expectations. As of 8 a.m. this morning, the question and answer system has been opened up for council to submit their written questions about the budget. Questions are due by 4 p.m. on November 7th. Administration will post the answers to councillor questions by 4:00 p.m. on November 14th. As a reminder, there will be a public hearing on the capital, operating, and utility budgets on November 28th and 29th. Presentation from boards and commissions on November 30th. A presentation from Edmonton Police Service on December 1st. And then we will begin budget deliberations, starting with the capital budget. The written question and answer process is the perfect opportunity to seek clarification regarding the potential impact of canceling a project before formulating your motions for as part of the capital budget. We're now happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for such an in-depth and thorough presentation. Really appreciate all the effort that gone into developing it and also developing the budget. Really appreciate that. We'll go to questions from council members. So the process would be that we would ask every council member will have one round of questions to ask clarifying questions, and then we will postpone this report to November 28th and 29th. Budget non-statutory public hearing. And I'll go to, this was exempted by Councillor Stevenson. You want to go first or can you? Yeah, all right, yes. I'll start with Councillor Salvador. Good.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm going to jump right into it because we're time limited. So a few clarifying questions to start. At the debt management fiscal policy discussion, I had asked for some clarity around the 650 million that was remaining in borrowing room and whether that included approved projects. And at the time, the answer was yes. And am I to understand correctly that within the proposed budget, almost all of that 650 million has been allocated in the recommended budget? Just a quick answer, yes or no?
So the 650 million is what's available as part of this proposed budget. The numbers in the budget eat into that 650 million.
Right. Okay. And then in order to gain additional room and get any of the unfunded profiles in there, we'd have to be looking to make amendments to the existing profiles that are already in there.
That's correct. All of the options that we laid out to you in the slide deck.
Yep. Okay, and then in the section that talks about the uncertainty of future capital grant funding and some of the emerging issues and just broader economic context that we're in, there was mention that the 2023-2026 capital budget cycle and the implementation of the next generation of federal and provincial infrastructure funding, there's a lack of alignment there, and that those two are not well aligned. And there was talk of decisions relating to these programs may need to be deferred to future supplemental capital budget adjustments. So not looking for specific examples, but can you tell me what types of projects you're suggesting we might defer given that lack of alignment?
So for sure the ones that are held in abeyance, but we're holding room for those. I think it would be items that we know there might be potential future funding programs, so some of the stuff that have environmental impacts. We would just caution that in this time period between when new federal programs were announced, if you advance something that's available for future funding, that you may not then be able to retroactively apply that funding to an already approved profile.
Okay. Okay, and that kind of leads into another question that I had around the new debt management fiscal policy. So is my understanding correct that we are not permitted to shift debt to different thresholds? So we can't switch between constrained and unconstrained, correct?
That's correct. It's first in, first out.
Okay. So a few, like you mentioned, a few of the profiles do recommend that funds are held in abeyance pending confirmation of federal support. I guess if we have a high degree of certainty that those funds will be awarded, I mean, what incentive do we have to sort of approve them in the unconstrained threshold and approve those now if there is a high degree of certainty that they would be, applicable for the constrained threshold?
So, couple things. I think we have to signal that we're willing to construct these projects prior to submitting the grant applications. And so in holding the debt room, that's one of the things that we're doing is showing how important this project is to us. Two, I would just caution against moving debt around. The policy is designed to apply some level of constraint when we get to exceeding certain tax-supported debt thresholds. And so the more that you play with that to have projects 100% funded, that's not the spirit of the design of the debt management fiscal policy. It is to constrain you when you hit the limits.
Right. I'm just trying to understand in what circumstances can we actually tap into the constrained funding threshold? Like if partnered funding decisions are dependent on our commitment and sort of our pre-commitment of debt room, in what scenario would we be able to tap into the constrained threshold? Like if there's not a pre-commitment on our end?
So constrained is for 1/3 matching. So if you have
Right.
1/3 matching, you can fund with debt. Or if you are looking at funding something with a self-liquidating or tax-supporting self-guaranteed.
But we would've-
Self-supporting tax guaranteed. Something, a funding source other than tax levy to pay the debt servicing.
Okay. I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Hi, so my questions are kind of centering on our interest rate environment, inflation and that. So I'm just wondering, so I think you're using interest rates set at October 2022. What happens with a 1% increase if we see rates go higher? What would that do to or how would that impact the budget?
Give me just 1 second and I'll pull out the
Okay.
impact of 1% rate
And
change.
while you're looking at that, in the report, it also talks about the inflation rate predicted to average 2.5, and then it could go as high as 8.7 in the construction sector. What are we using in the calculations for costs and that? What rate?
Yes, when we're looking at non-residential construction sector inflation, effectively what we're looking at is the provincial, it's a technical term, it's a GDP deflator. Effectively, it looks at the changes in the valuation of the goods and services produced by a sector compared to 2012 as the base year, and then we're looking at the forecast to provide us with a proxy for where we expect non-residential construction inflation to go. So in the report, when we talk about could go as high as 8.7%, that was for 2022 to reflect the highly uncertain environment we're in, and also the unknown around where we anticipate.
So
things
we
to
are
land.
using the higher rate sort of in the calculations when we're looking at construction costs going forward?
Sorry, I'm a little unclear about what you mean, that rate used in the calculations.
So when you're determining what the cost of the project's going to be and how much we're going to need for each of the years in the budget, are we anticipating that costs will rise by 8.7% in each of those years?
When we estimate our capital projects, we incorporate the latest inflationary issues that we experience. What you'll see in a lot of this budget is it's composite-based, which means we do as much as we can within the composite, and those that are at the bottom of the list would potentially not be done based on the inflationary pressures.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure that was.
Councillor Wright, I can answer your question on the interest rates as well for debt servicing. So right now, on 25-year borrowing, the interest rate is 5.15%, and that's around annual debt servicing on $100 million of debt. You're looking around $7.2 million. If that were to increase by 1%, so if you're looking at a debt servicing of 6.15% on $100 million, you're looking at around $7.9 million in annual debt servicing. So that's around a $700,000 increase in debt servicing.
Okay, and then that'll impact the operating.
Correct.
Right, okay. And then my other concern is on the labor shortages that were identified. If we approve all these capital requests, are we going to have the labor to complete the construction?
We're confident that industry can respond to this budget. This budget is comparable to the last four-year budget cycle, but I do think industry is prepared to respond to this budget, yes.
Okay, even though there's been shortages noted this year?
Yeah, we've experienced that, but industry has responded. I think some of those inflationary pressures that you mentioned are a direct result of some labor shortage issues, but they have responded and address those issues the best they can. I'm confident that the industry will respond to this budget if approved.
Not on some of the job sites my husband's worked on this year, but okay. So that is, and a lot of those are infrastructure, so that's what's concerning. And then all the requests for fleet, supply chain issues, can the car manufacturers keep up with what we're requesting?
think in most cases, the fleet is specialized fleet. And so there are current ordering timelines. So I don't think we've seen issues. It's not the same as getting a car off of a lot.
Okay.
Like, we've got contracts in place with the appropriate lead time, we can get the fleet that's required.
Okay, and in my last 30 seconds, for the EPS fleet request, can we purchase them and then lease them to EPS? So
We've
that we're
never-
assured that that's what the money's being used for?
We haven't examined that in the past. That would be something that we would have to look at.
Okay, thank you. I guess that's my time.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for the work and for the presentation. I appreciated the bucket slides. That was a really helpful visualization. Just wanted to pick up on some of the questions around debt financing. So again, on page 25, there's a line that shows what the debt is every year, and that is consistently below 650 million. So just looking for a bit more clarity again about whether there is room and how we quantify what that room is.
Sorry, which graph are you?
So the table on page 25, there, just at the bottom, it just notes what the debt financing is at the bottom. So 492, 567. Like, do we just do 650 minus that? Or do we need to have a different understanding about what space there is?
Oops, you would need to have a different understanding because I think that table also has previously approved projects that are carrying forward into this cycle. So what you need to look at is the $650 million worth of room against what we are proposing new debt funding sources to be. So that is going to be your transit garage at 316, the high-level bridge, all those things that we outlined in that. There was one particular slide that Harm spoke to.
Okay, thank you. I was really interested in the strategic alignment of the different profiles and appreciated the table that was provided on page 38. Can you confirm that that's the percentage? The percentages are the value of the projects, not the number of the projects. So if a really expensive project has a lot of strategic alignment, that's reflective in the percentages? Or is it just a strict number of projects?
It's based on scoring, similar to what we did on the one-pagers where we show the score, the level of strategic alignment. This is basically showing the strategic alignment for each of the projects based on how well they scored. It's not to do with price.
Okay, thank you. And do we have the one-pagers for the capital projects in terms? So would we be able to understand how each of the profiles score strategically?
We don't have the one-pagers for them, but we do have record of the scores that were done for the ones that we went through and scored, yes.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be helpful information for us. Moving along quickly, do we anticipate any other cost increases on already approved projects at SOBA, at the Spring SOBA?
So what we know about is here, but given the current environment, it would not be unusual to see adjustments or cost escalations or recostings being required as part of SOBAs.
So how can we, anyway, I guess, yeah, we'll need to think through a strategy to anticipate those potentially in the spring. Okay. A really quick one, when they're in the profiles, when there are the tables of the individual projects, that's kind of usually the last page of a profile, and it says percentage funded, I think, and there's 100%, sometimes it's 24%. And sometimes it's just a dash. So do we interpret when there's no number or there's a less than 100 number in that right-hand column that those projects will not be moving forward or they are not funded?
The dash equals that there's zero or that's unfunded.
Okay, and then that percentage is the same?
Yeah.
Okay, and those would potentially be projects happening later in the budget cycle?
Or if council so choose, like if it got funded through the budget process.
Thank you. I feel like there was one other question that I meant to write down and I did not. Mr. Mayor, can I just have 2 more seconds? Okay, that's it. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this. About a year ago, maybe, we were talking about the possibility of having the percentage tax implication beside these costs in order to give council and the public a better idea of how that percentage starts to accrue to lead to the final decision of what the tax rate is going to be. Is there a reason why we don't have that? I know it's complex. I know that it's variable depending on, what real estate value is going to be and things like that. But we can do a snapshot in time, understand that there are those variables, can we not?
I think on the operating side, it's easier. On the capital side, what we do is try and capture the percentage increase, the equivalent percentage increase for operating impacts of capital. But when you're looking at funding a profile, often the sources are not tax levy, or where they are tax levy, they're either in the form of pay-as-you-go, which is part of the base budget, or they are in the form of tax-supported debt, and we capture that tax increase in the schedule on operating impacts of capital.
Yeah, okay, so this morning we just had a conversation about civic literacy with the public, and the problem is if someone's trying to learn to read and they don't have any books, they're probably not going to learn to read. So if we are not providing this information to the public, how are they going to be able to understand what the implications here are? And I understand that on capital, maybe the implication is quite minor, but that's an important point for the public to understand, that it goes actually into either pay-as-you-go or into tax-supported debt and what that implication actually is. And so if we want clarity in how we're discussing budgets, not just for council, but for the public, I recall being told at the time, yeah, we can probably do that. And I'm just wondering why we haven't.
I think we interpreted that as a greater importance on the operating side. What we did try to convey in the presentation today was the difference between how we build the operating budget and how we build the capital budget, and how the capital budget is constrained based on currently available funding and debt room.
And that's fair enough. But for example, journalists who are watching, who are going to write about this, who are going to relay this information to the public, it seems to me that we are doing a disservice for communication by not allowing journalists and the public to understand what is going on. So I'll just move on. I've got a question about the proposed decrease in scope for Lewis Farms. Now, in the event that Edmonton ever tries to attract another major event like, let's say the Olympics or some university ad, something like that, where we actually will require those size of pools and the diving facilities. I know we've got it at Kinsman. Is administration's position that will be enough to handle the capacity maybe required for training and for events?
In terms of Lewis Farms, I see Roger just jumped on. He can add to this, but I don't believe it was ever positioned to be a competition location, but rather a training location in the event that there was closure requirements for repairs at Kinsman. So not a competition location. Okay. So that's why we feel under the circumstances we can reduce the scope to align with the budget for those particular items. Okay, and why not a competition location? I'm just thinking that redundancy with facilities of that size and that importance, it might be important. Because the competition location would be at Kinsman, which there's never been a decision to change that, and maybe Roger can speak to that.
And the other elements, Councillor, would be adding the significant spectator seating areas and timing areas and things that we wouldn't use on a day-to-day, year-to-year basis. So it would drive the costs up quite significantly to accommodate the spectator pieces.
Okay, all right. Now, the next question is, has our city or any other city ever cut facilities like this as a cost saving and then been kicking themselves for decades later?
I can't speak to other cities. In terms of what we've done, it's been something that we've evaluated for all our projects in terms of what should be included and what isn't included in terms of kicking ourselves. I can't think of anything. I think all the infrastructure we build provides the necessary amenities for community.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you.
Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I understand the budget, the capital budget aims to balance the renew and growth project and across our city. What I heard this morning, the challenge for us right now is underinvestment in renew program. Is that understanding correct?
That's correct.
Thank
in
you.
Terms of the ideal
yes.
renewal investment.
So if that is the case, and if you look at what we heard from that budget engagement exercise, the top three and our Edmontonians want us to increase the investment is related to the renewal program. Is that correct? The first percentage is 48 and 39 and 30. So that is the number demonstrates the asking for the increased investments, the top three, and related to the renew programs. So you don't need to answer that. I have the table and in front of me. I just want to ask and how we can address the gap and between this challenge you are facing is underinvest and in renew program and our Edmontonians asking.
It's something that we also struggle with, Councillor Rice, in terms of available unconstrained funding to allocate towards renewal. We did provide some options based on reports that Council asked for. One of them was the consideration of a levy to support renewal. The other one was potentially a reconsideration of the neighborhood renewal funding going to neighborhood renewal and maybe being reallocated to other renewal sources. But I think fundamentally we need support to from other orders of government to support maintaining our assets.
Okay, and then also from my own engagement with public, and I heard over and over our Edmontonians want more investment in the renew program, and it's because that is actually related to our community safety and the quality of people's life, and in terms of sidewalks, roads, parks, and all kinds of things. So I just want to put a question there. The next question is about, in this proposed budget, how we reflect the requirements in the industrial development for the capital needs. And because right now we're looking for the economic different stream to increase revenue for our city, and for that perspective, and I didn't say too much to reflect in that industrial development.
From an industrial development perspective, I certainly point to some of the work that's been done previously as part of the MSP program that the province provided in the previous budget cycle. We were able to pave all of the industrial roads within industrial neighborhood roads. In terms of other opportunities, it's the ongoing maintenance and renewal that we offer in those areas.
So this is not reflected in our proposed budget, right? So that means it's unconstrained or not recommended. And I just want to get clarified sense on that and the other. And because right now we heard more and more requests and in terms of roads development, construction, and then infrastructure requirements and industrial area.
Councillor Rice, there is a report going forward to Executive Committee in November on this.
Wonderful.
And in the existing capital budget, there's projects such as 50th Street as well as Yellowhead Trail that will support our industrial development in our city. But as with many other programs, there are other things that council could do if they so desire. So that report's November 22nd, I believe.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. So the last question is about compared to last budget cycle. So last year and capital budget was, for the last budget cycle, 7.4 billion. Right now it's 7.75. That means the increase and is $316.7 million. What is specific this increase for?
Councillor Rice, there are so many factors at play to be able to pinpoint it to any one or two projects. It's a whole, there's a whole big process that goes into it. So it's hard to say there's one thing or one or two things driving the increase other than additional projects that are coming on stream.
Yeah, but I really want to get a sense and specific is what is the actual spending for the last budget cycle and compared to the budget, and that will be the factor to determine for this year's budget as well.
Yeah, so that piece, the comparison of last year's or the previous budget to actual spending, that will come to you on December 5th as part of the capital financial update.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a process question. Just in attachment 2, there's a few motions for unfunded capital profiles to be created for this budget that then were not created, but there's a motion that can be made. Is that motion required as part of an amendment to the budget when we debated in December, or is that motion required sooner? When does that motion need to get made?
So what's been tabled today is the proposed budget. It's our recommendation, consistent with previous practices, until after you have the statutory, non-statutory public hearing, and then you begin the budget deliberations. Those draft motions are prepared in attachment 2. I would suggest that amendments can't be made until the main budget motion's been.
I guess my question is, if the direction from council was to create an unfunded profile, and an unfunded profile was in fact not created, how can I make the amendment after public hearing?
In attachment 2, it would be additions to existing profiles, so not standalone. That's why they're presented this way and not as standalones.
Okay, so they're in composites?
Correct.
Or, okay, that's great, thank you. And then I know one of the things you mentioned, Ms. Padbury, is like we control the pace, and I see that a lot of the recommended proposed, especially growth projects, are recommended funding to checkpoint 5, but many of them are like at checkpoint 1 or haven't even done checkpoint 1 yet. Would it be also in council's purview, or like can we look at, should we be approving all of these to checkpoint 5, or should some of them only be approved to checkpoint 3, for example, or checkpoint 2?
Okay, I think that is something that as council you need to think about. The one thing I would just draw to everyone's attention is when you fund something to a certain checkpoint to get the planning and design done, if you don't have funding in future years for that, what ends up happening is we have a large number of designed capital projects for which there isn't money for funding. And by the time the funding becomes available, we often have to relook at design. So that second category that we highlighted in the presentation, that there's currently $1.5 billion in planned projects for which there's no build funding for.
Okay, because I just worry that like with the cost escalations, if let's say certain projects make it to checkpoint 3, is there a race to checkpoint 3? To get full funding, right? Like, so if something makes it to checkpoint 3, and then we have a better understanding of the cost, and if it's escalated in cost, and so we say, yeah, we still want to move this forward, but let's say the Cumberland Fire Station is not at checkpoint 3 yet, and does that impact, like in our supplementary budget adjustments, is there potential risk in the pacing of those?
I think
Do
the
you see what-
projected available funding will be the determining factor in if a project is recommended for advancing or not. What we've done our best to do is identify these are the projects that we would project should advance on the basis of what we, I'm using projected a lot there, but what we project the budget will be throughout the 4-year budget. So I don't believe it's a race. I think it comes down to what we would recommend as administration in advancing a project or not. And just echo Stacy's comment, there are a lot of projects that have been designed that are sitting there without recommendation to fund.
Yeah. Okay, and I want to go back to that thing about the dashes on the composite profiles. And if there's a dash, it means that they're not funded. So for example, I'm on page 135, fire rescue equipment replacement. And so am I to understand that at this point, we're not going to replace radios as required? Just like, is this how I'm reading this? Like, we'll have to make a motion to say, yes, fire rescue radios are something we think are important to fund?
At this stage, there is no funding in place for the portable radios because it's an as-required profile.
So do these composites allow flexibility for that as required then?
Yes.
Okay.
They do. One of my earlier responses had sort of, this is our best estimation of the projects that would advance under that composite. And then as the hard example here, but as designs progress and there's conditions that dictate, they'll move around. So we're giving you our best estimate in terms of how they would be allocated.
And each program had the ability to go through when they were allocated their 30.4%, they were able to say what was their highest priority. So fire would have been involved in determining what could give and what couldn't.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that answer.
Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much, Mayor Sohi, and thank you to the team for putting this together, very comprehensive. Just back to the point that at the beginning that Councillor Salvador was making around our alignment with provincial and federal funding cycles. And that misalignment just leads to a lot of uncertainty and questions. What kind of conversations in the past have we considered just to align better?
So this is a bit of a difficult question to answer because I think there is the alignment of what we do in terms of our multi-year budgeting process, but we don't control the timing of elections, and very much the mandate for future programs is set by the governing party. So we do our best to interact with federal and provincial administrators to try and understand what is on the horizon, but there's limitations in what we can do to actually create alignment.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, I was just kind of curious what has already been discussed and what kind of appetite we may or may not have. Speaking of which, for some of those 3 projects held in abeyance, when will we know? Would it be after the next provincial and federal budgets are released? Will we have more certainty, right?
I'm not sure that those totally tie to elections. Sometimes it often ties to the development of the program. So as the government is working through program design, we'll get some more certainty about eligibility and what would be eligible under those programs.
So those are just under constant monitoring. I have a question about the carbon budget because, that's going to be released. And would that document capture the carbon footprint of these capital these capital items? Because that's I couldn't help but think as I was reading through all the capital profiles, I wonder what, the footprint is on this, or, what kind of scoring will we give to this according to whatever the calculation is, since we've never seen what that carbon budget looks like.
Yeah, so Councillor Tang, when it's released on November 3rd, you'll see that every capital profile that's been requested in the capital budget, it does have a GHG impact assessment included.
Okay.
Some are quantitative, some are qualitative, so where we could actually define the GHG impact, we did. Otherwise, we gave a qualitative assessment.
Right.
And just to your previous question too, I do want to say the pre-budget submissions we give to the federal government, we do advocate for them to try to align their grant programs as best as they can with our municipal budget as well.
Yeah, fair enough. And then just to follow up on the question that Councillor Wright had around, do we have the labor to finish the projects? And Mr. Lachlan, you said that yes, industry will respond. And I can't help but be reminded during the Outlook presentation, 56.7% of the capital budget in 2019-2022 cycle, that was how much we've, whether accomplished or unlocked. And that was in the last cycle. So I think I'm just struggling to reconcile these two facts. Or I'm just reading that graph wrong or something, I don't know.
Yeah, I think part of it is allocations of budget versus timing of projects being implemented. Something that we've been working on improving is our ability to cash flow or create more accurate cash flows for our projects. So while a project is completed, the ongoing payment regime may be extended beyond that completion date. And then there are some projects where payments aren't made, and you're familiar with one of those that's unfolding right now, unfortunately, that certainly doesn't reflect a spend that will happen in the future.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And then, I think there's a, important line in the document that says, capital budget helps Edmontonians and municipal government imagine Edmonton's future. And I just find it is hard to do that when we're limited to the number of new and growth projects. And some of them really major, I would say, imagining or reimagining ones like the energy transition and the climate are unfunded at this point, and the room is so little. I guess just if, Mr. Corbell, if you want to just comment on that.
Yeah, I think it's a very fair statement. I guess I would, we could probably caveat with imagine to the extent possible, but yeah, it is very limited, and I think that's the frustration we're all feeling. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Prensby, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Just quick clarifying questions. The projects that you're recommending to be funded obviously need to go through the budget process. The operating impact of those capital projects, when you propose the operating budget, would they come as proposed funded, or would they be unfunded? Then we would have to make that decision to fund the operations of them.
So the operating budget that you'll receive is assuming that every project that we've proposed as being funded, we have funded the operating impact of capital.
Okay.
If you unfund the project, we will do a calculation and reduce the operating.
Good. That gives me a little bit of relief. Okay. Good. Thank you for that. The other issue I have is we want to build a city for everyone. And you saw the surveys and what people are saying around housing, houselessness. One thing that I did not see in this capital budget, maybe it's coming in the operating budget, is tapping into the federal rapid housing initiative, which we will know more details by the end of this year, as well as the housing accelerator. So helping the most needy people and also tying into that federal funding. I didn't see that in the capital budget. So I just want to get your thoughts on that.
So for the most part, the affordable housing and the access to the rapid housing initiative is something that's done on the operating side of the budget. At times, we might repurpose profiles that are funded with something like pay-as-you-go in order to be able to have the money to match the rapid housing initiative. But the capital budget is primarily about assets that become ours, which these housing initiatives belong outside the city.
So because the housing units that we help build, even though it's capital required to build them, but they're owned by third parties, so they don't count as our capital projects.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, so we'll know more about in the budget, operating budget then, about the housing stuff? Or
yes, I'm not sure, we won't necessarily know about the next round of rapid housing initiative in time for this particular budget.
Yeah, okay.
And I do think, Mayor Sohi, that there will still be a concern about that when we get to the operational budget, because of the room, right?
Yeah,
And
okay,
we
I
don't have tons of room for that.
No, I understand. Okay, maybe I'll ask those questions when the operating budget is released. On the, one question around contingencies, right? What is our, like, how much contingency do we have for capital projects?
Each project has its own unique contingency on the basis of complexity and risks that the project may face. So we take a risk mitigation approach for each of the projects. So a more complex project would have a higher contingency. A less complex project would have a lower contingency.
Okay, so varies from project to project, but is there room for us to be more disciplined in a way that we give you more grace if there's potential cost overrun, right, of future projects, but we build less contingency to make sure that, we are maximizing the tax dollars or the capital dollars that are available to us. So, and that's what I'm trying to get a sense.
From a project management perspective, I wouldn't recommend that. However, if council wanted to make a strategic budget decision related to contingency allocation, that would be your purview as council, but I would strongly recommend against reducing contingencies and advancing other projects on the basis of those released contingencies. Throughout a 4-year capital budget, through supplementary capital budget adjustment opportunities spring and fall, those releases are actually made available if we don't realize those contingencies, and then council can make future budget decisions.
Okay, we will ask this as one of the questions of in the future about like incidents where we remained within the budget or it was lower than what was built into in contingency. Okay, got it. Okay, all right. So that's all I have, and I will take the chair back.
I'll hand the chair back.
And I'll go to Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Forgive me, in the sort of ocean of documents we have, I noticed that there's a lot of emphasis for funding real estate projects in this budget, or recommended funding. Within the real estate portfolio, I should say, they're not necessarily real estate projects, but within the real estate portfolio. I was wondering if you had, if you could help sort of illuminate why those projects were chosen, tether it maybe to some of the strategic outcomes you're looking at in sort of the long term.
I'll maybe see if Mr. Chiraki is online. When I'm not sure he is.
Okay.
I do think that when we're looking at real estate portfolios, and maybe I can just connect to something that we talked about earlier too. We've looked at it in terms of industrial land development. So there are $41 million worth of projects that are in the industrial land development, which helps open up that. So that's how we're trying to contribute to the economic aspect. And then we look to see the rest of the profiles. We look to see what's the strategic alignment with respect to the things that we're trying to build out as part of the city plan, and that determines what gets funded.
Which is fair. I guess maybe that's a really good segue into one of my other questions, which is looking at factors like, I'm going to say economic return on investment. It sounds like, for instance, an industrial land development, that's something that's been considered, but I guess, is that a lens that is sometimes applied, always applied? I know that it can't be it can't be universally applied. There are things that just don't generate revenue that we need to do, but I'm sort of wondering how you apply that lens through the budgeting process before you bring it to council.
I think it's project dependent. We certainly don't do it on all projects. Some projects we are looking more qualitatively in terms of what's required in as funding, so not just the economic return, but what is the impact on the community and how is the community best served? And I'll maybe just, I think Mr. Jarecki might be here now, ask if he could comment on the economic return considered as part of the real estate portfolios.
Thank you, Stacy. So we definitely look at the economic return for a given development that we're looking at. We're also looking at the other aspects of the city plan, similar to what Stacy had mentioned earlier. So how can we potentially create a neighborhood that creates more accessible communities, creates more attainable housing units, or creates additional industrial land development growth? There was a question earlier around the way that the city supports the industrial side of the equation. And one of the factors that we're looking at through this capital budget cycle is to really try to invest in unlocking land that we currently own to create additional lots, as well as provide better access to really important corridors such as the Yellowhead Trail and further south in the Ellerslie area as well.
Thank you. Just knowing that I don't have much time left, maybe a question to you. I have lots of questions that I'll get to in written, but Mr. Laughlin, I noticed, for instance, one of the proposed packages for funding or profiles for funding is like river crossing, but then there's maybe 2 or 3, maybe even 4 other profiles that also sort of address infrastructure concerns in the area, but are not recommended for funding. And part of me is thinking, if you're going into the area and digging, like there's construction happening, would it not be economical to see a number of projects happen at the same time?
Perfect world, ideally, yes. Challenge is the available funding that we have, and just working through the priorities that would make the most benefit in that particular case. There are many that I would love to see advance. Sorry, not just me, but all of you as well. But it's just the realities of available funding sources.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And I'll save the rest of my questions for written. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So that concludes all the questions. And so to our city clerk, so this item will be postponed. A motion is required to postpone?
Yes, it is, please.
Okay. So what the motion look like?
That the capital budget as presented be postponed to the non-statutory public hearing that starts on November 28th.
Okay. Can someone move that, please?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson moved it. Councillor Rice seconded it. Okay. All right. We have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? I am seeing none. Please vote. Needs to sign on earlier.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. $7.5 is for Wednesday. And we have 9.1 in camera. 9.2 in camera is for Wednesday. 9.3 in camera is today, right? Yep.
No, that's for Wednesday as well.
Yeah, the only thing you have left to deal with
Wednesday.
today is 9.1, and then if you do feel like bringing your motions pending forward, you could, and the other 3 remaining items are for Wednesday.
Okay, all right. So why would we not deal with the pending motions first? Bring them forward, then we can go into camera? Would you suggest that, Madam Clerk?
I would suggest you deal with the reports
First, okay.
before you.
Okay, so go into private then. Okay, all right. Can someone move that we go into private?
I'll move we go into private, subject to sections 24 and 25.
Second by Councillor Tang. Can you please explain? I need explanation. Why are we going into private?
So there's a presentation that's been provided.
Yep. I just need for public record, public to know why are we going into private?
Are you asking-
What is required under those sections? Why are we going to, in plain language, explain to me why we're going into private, that public can understand.
I should have clarified. I moved it private subject to sections 24, advice from officials, and 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Okay. Thank you so much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we just need to wait for the doors to be reopened, and I've called twice. They said they're on their way.
Decorate the house.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right. We are back in public. All right, folks, can someone move that we receive the report 9.1 for information?
So moved.
Councillor Tang, need a seconder? Councillor Knack?
Second.
All right. Here, it's on the, here we go, you can read it now. Can you read it into the record, Councillor Tang?
Yes.
Yeah.
That the October 31st, 2022 Employee Services Verbal Report ES01505 be received for information, and that the October 31st, and that this report remain private pursuant to sections 24, advice from officials, and 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the FOIP Act.
Okay, thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councillor Race.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We're just waiting for one more. Councillor Jans?
I'm a yes as well. It hasn't come up.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so we are moving ahead to motions pending. And first one is 10.1, events funding. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I move that administration bring an unfunded service package to the 2023-26 budget deliberations to increase the operating budget of partnerships and event strategy to support Due North's bid to host the Professional Triathlon Association's Canadian Open in 2023 and 2024, and the Canadian Open and Multisport World Championship in 2025, to include one-time budget increases in the amount of $500,000 in 23, $625,000 in 24, and $1.2 million in 2025.
Second.
Councillor Principe seconded it. Okay, can you make the introduction, please?
I will indeed, yes. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So PTO Canadian Open and PTO generally, Professional Triathletes Organization, is sort of the new name for the triathlon that we've been hosting here for the better part of 20 years. It was formerly the World Triathlon Series. And the folks from Due North, that's Due North Events, is the new name from, it was originally the Triathlon Committee or the Triathlon group that was bringing these events on a volunteer basis to Edmonton. This tour started in 2022. It's a four-stop tour. It included stops elsewhere in Dallas and Bratislava. And there was some pretty good impact here in its first year, just in 2022. 8.3 million TV and live stream audience, 30 markets worldwide, 69 professional athletes, 6,000 spectators over 2 days, 400 local volunteers, and an economic impact of roughly $15 million. So these support dollars would go to support the event in 2023 and 2024. The 2025 ask would be a bigger event, and that is has more of a bid process to it. So while that dollar amount is being asked now, there is a bit of a matching grant piece to this. So that's more or less it in a nutshell. This is essentially to allow us to continue to do the triathlon over the next 3 years. Horlock Park will not be available for those years, presumably, and so there's a bit of dollars involved in transferring this to more of a river event in the interim. But again, the Due North Group would be here during the non-statutory public hearing to provide more details. Understand we have lots of demands and competition for the dollars, but asking this at least to be put on the list for our deliberations later in the month. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Any questions? Questions? Councillor Rice?
Just a very quick question. What's a specific return from this investment? Because in total, investment will be $2.3 million in the next 3 years.
Right, so there, I shouldn't mention, I was trying to go quick, there is matching investments and supports from the federal government, the provincial government, and Explore Edmonton, I believe, is a partner in this too. And the estimated impact for the World Championships in 2025 is $15 million. Total estimated economic impact over the 3 years is between $33 and $36 million. Direct investment in Edmonton by those other government partners would be $4 to $6 million over 3 years. So in terms of the return, a bit more than $2 million gets us $4 to $6 million in matching investments, and economic activity estimated at 33 to 36 million.
So for the partnership funding and the investment from other order of government is not secured, or is still needs to further discussion?
Well, it's typical of these things. It's who jumps in first. There is pledges of support. If once one level of government actually puts dollars to it, then the other ones tend to jump in. So it becomes a bit of a circular thing, but they did support the 2022 agreement, the provincial and federal government. And they've been supporting this event for decades, literally. So there's a reasonable expectation that they will support this as well.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Seeing no more questions, we have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? If not, Councillor Cartmel to close.
Nothing more. Thank you.
Okay, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And next one is 1.12. Housing and homelessness, revised housing strategy. Councillor Rutherford.
Should I move to extend orders to finish the agenda? Because we're at list 330?
Should we? We could take a break.
It's our last item, so I'm okay with moving it, but...
Sure, yeah, why not? Yeah, shouldn't take, I don't know how much debate there was to generate. Huh? Oh, okay, some people have been waiting for the break. They were scheduling their break for the break. Okay, all right, we'll take a break now. We'll be back at 3:45. And do a roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good
Councillor
afternoon.
Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
I am here.
All right, Councillor Tang,
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton,
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel,
Hello.
Councillor Rice,
Here.
and Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, and we are on our item number 12, sorry, 11, 10.2. Housing and homelessness, revised housing strategy.
Yeah, so I will move that administration incorporate the entire housing continuum, emergency shelter to market housing into the revised housing strategy to ensure a comprehensive, systemic, and interconnected approach to addressing housing and homelessness. This will include working with the province on responses to immediate needs of unsheltered individuals, transitions into housing, as well as innovative solutions to address core housing need, and this will be due Q4 2023.
I'll second that. Can you make the introduction, please?
I would love to.
Yeah.
So lately on council, we've been having a lot of conversations, especially with regards to housing affordability and shelters and making sure that we're addressing our most vulnerable. We talked about the jurisdictional scan. We've had the interim housing strategy update. We've had a lot of conversations, but I think what I felt was missing was that in a lot of the system that we're looking at, there's a lot of inflows and outflows from one area to another. So for example, somebody might be in transitional housing and then become unsheltered again, and then transitional and then get stabilized. Or when we talk about 80% below market, if we're not looking at market as part of our housing strategy, then that number is continually changing. So for example, a house that is below market rent at $1,000 now may be below market rent at $1,400 in 4 years' time, depending on what our market housing is at. So I just really felt like the strategy needed to look at that is a little bit more holistically, so that we're not being so reactive and piecemeal in some of our approaches to addressing especially the immediate need of those that are unsheltered, and start to really understand how decisions at council, even with policy levers, affect housing affordability. So that was the intent with this.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to administration. Would this have a financial impact, incorporating this into the revised housing strategy?
No, it wouldn't have a financial impact. The impact might be felt if we were to action the things in the report, but the writing of the report itself can be done with resources we have.
Right, okay, great. And how does that mirror or reflect, or how is it in comparison to the mandate of Homeward Trust?
Homeward Trust has a slice of that entire spectrum, but not the entire spectrum. So they would be working on some of the supportive housing would be their main focus, but they do have little pieces along the spectrum, but certainly not like emergency shelter, for example, that's fully within the purview of the province.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Don't really have any questions, but I do appreciate Councillor Rutherford for bringing this forward to get maybe a more holistic view of the overall housing strategy. So thank you.
Councillor Principe, can you take the chair?
Sure, I have the chair.
So I have a couple of questions. One is, we're shifting our thinking around how do we provide or how we tackle the issue of houselessness, particularly in relations to Indigenous communities, right? And focus on Indigenous-led shelters, Indigenous-led transitional bridge housing, or Indigenous-led managed supportive housing or affordable housing. How just maybe this is a question to the mover, right? You envision that as part of the discussion as well, that will be a part of the conversation?
Yeah, so when the interim report on the housing strategy was brought forward, they did talk about what you're referencing, so I felt like that was already in scope. But what wasn't talked about was, like I said, it was real focus on that affordable housing as opposed to how does the entire system work together and what kind of impacts do we need to think about if we're looking at that from a strategic perspective.
Got it. Okay, and that's how to administration, you see that as part of the strategy as well, right?
That's correct.
Okay, good. And my other question is related to not just solely focusing on the working with province, but also with federal government, because they do have emphasis on housing and ending chronic houselessness in Canada. I think maybe that'll probably be friendly, right? Including that into the motion. So those are only a couple of questions that I had. Right? No, I look forward to the report. Yeah.
May I answer that question?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
So the reason that the federal government was, I specifically put in the province because of some of the debate some of the emergent things that have been coming forward that we've been sort of addressing on a one-off, rather than having a strategic overlook, and that discussion around the jurisdiction. I think that the federal funding has already been built into, again, that strategy. So it's still a friendly amendment if we want to, but I do think the federal is talked about. It's just making sure that we're working with the province in a way to see how this whole system flows.
Yeah, but I think the reason I'm asking the federal to be included is their responsibilities toward urban indigenous populations that they haven't properly fulfilled. And we had good conversations with them on my trip. I think there'll be opportunities for us to actually incorporate that into the strategy. Okay. All right, if that is friendly, if you could that be added, please. And I'll go to Councillor Rice.
Can you just let me know exactly what?
Where they say this will include working with the province and the federal government, right? Yeah. Okay. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So first question, and for this revised house strategy, and because province we have specific housing departments, so what's the really difference? What is the key difference between our strategy and the province strategy? Yeah. So
the city of Edmonton had the 10-year strategy. And now it came back to committee, saying that it needed a bit of a refresh as we go into the next 10 years. And so they gave an interim update. So it works in complement, from my understanding, with the provincial items, but it also gives us our own path forward and make sure that, we are strategically investing in addressing core housing need, in making sure that this is an affordable place for all Edmontonians to reside.
So for me to ask you this question, I really want to look at the perspective to how to reduce overlap efforts, and then specifically to efficiently use our taxpayer dollars in our city. So that is why I still try to get, it's not very 100% clear to me what the strategy would be. Difference?
So, is it to me or admin?
To administration? Yeah.
Who can answer?
I'll first say that this work is already, again, happening. This administration has brought forward the refresh of the strategy. This motion in front of us at this time is just to integrate both the shelter, transitional housing, and market housing as components of our entire housing strategy. But that strategy work, we would have to give a different motion to stop that work.
And I would offer that, you're exactly correct. Ensuring that we're not duplicating efforts is important. And so roles and responsibilities and clarity amongst the municipality, the province, and the federal government, all of which have affordable housing and houselessness strategies, but they're at different timeframes that have been marked. And so there's an opportunity here to get great clarity, to get our targets in place, and to ensure that we all know what each order of government intends to accomplish by which timeframe.
Okay, so just time frame but outcome is the same. Okay, that's my question.
Thank you. So that concludes the questions. We have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, just wanted to express my gratitude to the mover for bringing this forward. I think it's a great approach, and really pleased that staff will be taking this on. I'm excited to see that integrated approach, and think that will really help us to advance this work more strategically and effectively. So thanks again. Look forward to the report.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none, I'll go to Councillor Rutherford to close.
Nothing else further, just I really appreciate the curiosity and willingness that administration is approaching this motion with as well. So thank you for that, and I'm really looking forward to this report in 2023.
All right, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, notices of motions or motions without customary notice. None. We are adjourned at 3:56.
We recess.
Happy
Oh,
Halloween,
we are
everyone.
recessed, yeah. We
Happy
haven't adjourned. No,
Halloween.
sorry, we are not adjourned. We are on recess till Wednesday. Okay. Oh, I wish was good. Okay. See you on Wednesday.
And we're live. Thank you. Good morning from council chambers. We are live. We will be starting in just a few moments.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Would like to call this meeting back to order. And this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Sotu, Blackfoot, Ngora Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. Do a quick roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson. Good morning. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans. All right, so.
Morning.
Councillor Jans, you
Good
are
morning.
there.
Good morning.
Okay, so before we go into our first item, which will be the, just hold on here. 7.5 Truth and Reconciliation Commission Implementation Plan Update. First item of business for today. I do want to actually thank some of the children of our staff coming to City Hall today. Today is a Bring Your Child to Work Day, right? So Andre, you wanna, which staff have their kids with them? So we want to say a few words.
Yeah, sure. We're just delighted to, we paused this program during COVID, and it's just another part of COVID recovery. We're delighted to bring the program back. And so I think we have 3 children from some of our staff, including Adam Laughlin's daughter, and we have Sarah's daughter. Yep, there. And, sorry, I did. Kim's daughter. So, and there should be many more throughout the city today and as part of this program. So yeah, we just wanted to point that out. It's a great opportunity. So
kids, you want to say anything? No? Okay.
I have asked if Jillian wants to say anything, and she's
No.
not interested, so.
Well, make sure you take notes, right? And maybe you can share those notes with us, right? Give us some input and feedback, right? We would welcome that. Okay, all right. So we are going into that, our first item, 7.5. What we will do, we'll get a presentation from administration. Then I will go to Councillor Paquette to move the recommendation. And Councillor Stevenson is okay with that. Okay, Councillor Paquette, so be please ready to do so.
Point of order?
Yeah.
Do we have to move the recommendation for the addition of attachment 4 and deletion of attachment 3?
Yes, please.
Here we go. See?
Second.
First mistake of the day. All right, please vote.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We're just waiting for 2 more votes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Hamilton? Councillor Hamilton? We'll show Councillor Hamilton as absent. We have 12 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we can go to 7.5, which is Truth and Reconciliation Commission Implementation Plan Update. And I'll go to our city manager for a presentation.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Good morning. We're here to provide a presentation that will be done by myself and Jamie Miller. We also have a pretty big delegation, either online or in person, including all of VLT, of course, our Chief of Staff, Salima Ibrahim, Jasmine Brazil, Jamie Miller, Priya Basan Singh. And I also wanted to take this opportunity this morning to introduce to Council and the public Latif Jina. And Latif is our new Senior Executive Advisor on Anti-Racism and Intersectionality, and he's up at the top left there. You can see him, and he'll wave. He is...
Can you stand up so we can see? There we go. Welcome to the team.
Yeah. As Council will recall, establishing these senior executive advisors from an Indigenous relations perspective and from an anti-racism perspective was one of our first early actions in the anti-racism strategy. Latif joins us with over 20 years of global experience leading collaborative partnerships between communities and governments. He has a deep dedication to social justice. Over the course of his career, he has designed and managed transformative programs that increase inclusiveness of local governance and that improve community and civil society participation in public debate. He has also worked on projects that create equity in access to public services such as education, health, housing, and water. And we're very grateful to have Latif bring his experience to the City of Edmonton and to our anti-racism file. He will be working closely with Jamie Miller, the Senior Executive Advisor on Indigenous Relations in our office, and of course, in addition with Salima and Jasmine in the CMO. So just important to note that we've reconstituted this with the departure of Savan, Dr. Bukian, who left for another exciting opportunity. So, yes, we are here today to share our progress on the Truth and Reconciliation Municipal Response Plan. This plan represents the city's commitment to addressing all of the 94 calls to action outlined in the TRC final report. And it's a really, I think, important day to bring this response plan to councils for consideration. Before we begin with this presentation, in addition to what the mayor acknowledges at the beginning of our meetings, I did want to offer a territorial acknowledgement. And just explain that a bit. These acknowledgements offer us an opportunity to situate ourselves in the lands we live on and help us reflect on the relationships that were required to build our city and bring us to where we are today. Edmonton has the second largest Indigenous population of any municipality in Canada, with the latest statistics, the 2021 census, showing that we have close to 88,000 First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. We are a service hub for many Indigenous communities and home to many more. The community is diverse, young, and a growing community, and we want to work alongside community members to create a safe, welcoming, and vibrant city. In that spirit, I offer this territorial acknowledgement. And we'd like to thank the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Dene, Anishinaabe, Nakota Sioux, and Niitsitapi peoples. We also acknowledge that this is the Métis homeland and home of one of the largest communities of Inuit south of the 60th parallel, and it's a welcoming place for all peoples who come from around the world to share Edmonton as a home. And together we call upon our collective honored traditions and spirits to work in building a great city for today and future generations. Now on this slide, each of these quadrants represents a diverse grouping of Indigenous peoples' interests and approaches within our municipal context. The city advances its work towards reconciliation through partnerships with local urban needs-based and Indigenous organizations, elders, grassroots community advocates and movements, institutional and government partners, and rights holders such as First Nations and representative organizations. Following the development of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, governments and institutions began to evaluate their engagements based upon service provision and scope of authority. Many institutions have proceeded to develop their own approaches and processes towards Indigenous engagement, relationship building, and addressing the TRC and the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls two-spirit calls for action. In our country, legal proceedings and negotiations have also continued to help shape how Indigenous nations, peoples, and the Canadian state interact across various sectors and topical areas. I will add that these diverse groups of relationships are all critically important to our understanding of our TRC calls to action and how we respond as a municipality. And we strive to do this in the spirit of relationship and kinship as expressed in the Indigenous framework. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission was mandated to reveal to Canadians the complex truth about the history and ongoing legacy of residential schools, and also to guide and inspire a process of truth and healing towards reconciliation with Indigenous communities in Canada. While this work was done in many ways, the Commission held 7 four-day national events, and the final event was here in Edmonton. The goal was to ensure that voices of those most directly affected by residential schools, particularly former students, were included in this historical record. The Commission heard nearly 7,000 statements from survivors of residential schools, members of their families, and other individuals who wished to share knowledge of the residential school system and the legacy of that system. From these records, the TRC Commission published the TRC Final Report, outlining 94 calls to action for all Canadians, governments, and sectors. As a result of the TRC report, the city manager at that time asked administration to begin a process to renew our relationships with Indigenous peoples in Edmonton. And the Indigenous framework seeks to answer the question of how we as a city can support positive and meaningful relationships with Indigenous peoples, and included extensive community and internal engagements, elder guidance, and ceremony as well. This work resulted in the 4 roles and 7 commitments, as well as the action plans. This current City Council, as well as this executive leadership team, have been clear in their commitment to continuing to build, repair, and maintain relationships, and to responding to what we have heard from Indigenous communities here in Edmonton. That is why in March of 2022, we created the Indigenous Relations Senior Executive Advisor position held by Jamie Miller within the Office of the City Manager, and the role is established to allow for the creation of a dedicated TRC municipal response plan that is aligned with Indigenous framework. And I just want to emphasize that we've really been focusing on taking the framework and the strategy and the very thoughtful considerations of all of this and turning it into action. And we've really challenged ourselves to not only select those 94 calls to action that are clearly in a municipal responsibility and jurisdiction, but we've challenged ourselves to translate all 94 calls to action into a municipal action that can take place and happen. So we believe we can do something in this city on all 94 calls to action. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jamie to share our progress on the development of our response plan. Jamie.
Thank you so much, Andre, and good morning, Council. I apologize I couldn't be there in person this morning. The roads and conditions seemed to thwart me a little bit this morning, but very happy to be here with you. Thank you, Andre, for that overview. I would say as we continue in the ongoing work towards reconciliation and right relations with Indigenous peoples, we want to remind ourselves that when it comes to reconciliation, the process is part of the outcome. And so in February 2021, the City Council and Administration launched the Indigenous Framework, which again was a community-informed guide for the processes we use to action our work on reconciliation. So to me, again, it truly is a framework. It's the structural scaffolding upon which we can embed our TRC response plan, our MMIWG response, our nation-to-nation work with our MOU partners and other First Nations and Métis communities and Inuit communities, our Indigenous framework actions. And so these action plans are the work we do to bring about the shifts in the mindset, skill set, and heart set of the individuals that work for the City of Edmonton. This work is critical to advancing reconciliation within the systems that we occupy as individuals and in our communities. And so altogether, we're striving, I think the Indigenous framework, alongside these other plans, is really helping us to identify and change the systemic barriers and systems and mindsets and policies that have held colonization in place since 1867 at least, but perhaps before that as well. The Indigenous framework outlines the principles and Indigenous knowledge of Wahigi Chichobi and Wakotowin to guide us. How we do the work is defined through the 4 roles of listener, connector, advocate, and partner. And the reason why we do the work, the 7 commitments that we have made as an organization, sets reconciliation as one of our major priorities. Those commitments include using the TRC calls to action, the MMIWG calls for justice, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People as a foundation for how we are going to frame our relationships with Indigenous peoples and how we are going to achieve the systemic change that we're looking for. And so the image that you see before you is hopefully meant to encapsulate that thinking, that the Indigenous framework truly is what surrounds and permeates all of the work that we do as a City of Edmonton, with the community right in the center of everything that we do, our elders and knowledge keepers, the community needs and voices that are guiding us. And from those things, we are then building off this TRC municipal response plan, as well as our MMIWG work, and as I mentioned, our nation-to-nation work and framework action plans. All the work we do is guided by the spirit of the framework, which is the direction provided to us from community and community voices. The TRC municipal response plan that I'm here to speak to you about today is an example of some very specific actions and work we will do, as Andre mentioned, to fulfill the 94 calls to action. There's other work also happening across our corporation, again, such as the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit LGBTQ2+, which also will be coming to Council on November 21st. These plans are all supplemented by work of the Indigenous Relations Office and multiple business areas and lines of work that are advancing how we can work more inclusively and invite the strength of diversity across our programs and services as a city. Next slide, please. Over the summer, administration undertook a scan of municipalities that were working on local responses to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action. We wanted to connect with and learn from other municipalities that were embarking on this work. And I will say that as someone who has worked in municipal Indigenous relations, it's been very heartening and pleasing for me to see other municipalities really taking this work seriously and developing their own local context responses. Oh, sorry, Google is listening to me. Just mute that. Sorry about that. So over the summer, myself and other members of administration interviewed the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, the city of Saskatoon, the city of Regina, the city of Winnipeg, the city of Toronto, Yellowknife, Vancouver, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. And some of the common themes that stood out was that most cities had an approach to reconciliation, either framed through the TRC calls to action. Some even had specific missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls response plans. All of the municipalities recognize that often the work of addressing the calls to action outweighs the resources and or capacities available within the municipality and within the community. And thus, there are some limits on the impact that we can have and the progress that can be made. Municipalities had to focus on prioritizing actions that are most aligned with their local context and jurisdictional responsibility. Many of the actions identified by other municipalities also show up in our proposed plan forward. And much like here in Edmonton, how we measure impact is a big topic of discussion and will be an area requiring additional work in the coming months and years as we advance on the TRC implementation. Next slide, please. So this TRC Municipal Response Plan was created through the use of extensive discussions, engagement, and relationships in multiple areas, such as the original sharing and testimonies through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that resulted in the 94 calls to action, the Indigenous Framework, community conversations, and elder engagements spanning from 2019 through to this year, and the ongoing discussions with Indigenous elders and matriarchs, engagement for the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls report that identified the themes of awareness, addressing, and resurgence, the Mayor's Roundtable in June of 2022, informal discussions with elders and community members and partner organizations during the PAPL visit, and the work of the City Manager's Office to explore the concept of advocacy. The work to date has been shared with the Indigenous Framework Elders, as well as the Corporate Indigenous Framework Committee for initial feedback, and has been met with positive response. With the Indigenous Framework woven throughout the plan, there's a symbolic connection and real connection between the pieces of work and the interconnectedness that will continue to be nurtured and explored. The work is ongoing, the relationships are ongoing, and we'll be working together to ensure the work continues to be responsive to the needs of community. Next slide. So at a high level, the TRC Municipal Response Plan is organized into the four following pillars. And again, I will state that the way this is presented and looks at the moment is high level, and we will be conducting further refinement as we go forward. So the first pillar of awareness includes public education and training to enhance awareness and understanding of the impacts that residential schools and colonization has had on Indigenous communities. Examples of actions the city will commit to include continued mandatory Indigenous awareness training for all staff, continuing to find opportunities to learn and celebrate with Indigenous communities and support community-based cultural events, continuing to find opportunities to learn and celebrate with Indigenous communities and support community-based cultural events, and responding to call to action number 82, which calls on capital cities to create a residential school survivors monument or commemoration. Pillar 2, addressing, which includes specific actions and changes to the system to support positive outcomes and lived experiences for Indigenous peoples. Some examples of actions the city will commit to include continued funding of prevention activities, ensuring access to funding specifically for Indigenous groups to address the calls in community-based ways. Pillar 3, resurgence, funding and partnering with Indigenous communities to support the reclamation of culture, knowledge, language, and autonomy. How this will be actioned includes provided safe and dedicated ceremony and cultural spaces, for example, Kichiaski, as well as our support of the development of an Indigenous Cultural and Wellness Center. Recognizing Indigenous languages, such as representing the electoral ward names, neighborhood and road naming, as well as within council chambers, and ensuring that funding is available for revitalization of Indigenous cultures, celebrations, and spirituality across the city. The fourth pillar of advocacy is the last pillar and represents many of the calls to action that are outside of the jurisdiction of the City of Edmonton. However, we can play a role as an advocate and one of the key partners to respond to changing systems and structures that are impacting Indigenous peoples. This can be done in areas such as child welfare, education, health, and justice. These pillars align with what we have heard through many years of engagement and discussion with Indigenous communities, as well as on the missing and murdered Indigenous women calls for justice. This slide represents at a high level some of the actions we'll pursue as part of our municipal response. And this is the basis of how we'll move forward in defining more specific actions that we will take. And I'll now turn it back to Andre. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jamie. In order to support all the actions we have shared today and to progress on our journey of reconciliation, resourcing becomes a critical element of success. Administration will be putting forward a funded service package for the TRC Municipal Response Plan, and it aligns closely with the council requested MMIWG2S and other service packages as part of Community Safety and Wellbeing funding envelope. The service package is going to be focused on both immediate and specific actions, as well as sustainable line items that allow flexibility and responsiveness to the needs of Edmonton's Indigenous community. We know that needs change and evolve over time, and as we advance in our journey of reconciliation, the work will need to shift. We want to build in sustainable ways to support the community, meeting them where they are at when they need it. Beyond the actions outlined in the previous slide, an additional attachment in the report provides some early insights into additional actions administration could take under each pillar. I do want to flag for council that this list of actions reflects much of the work we are doing already and our early thinking on what more we can do. The 2023 to 2026 budget deliberations include service packages for additional work to occur, and those decisions will result in ongoing conversations with our Indigenous partners and internal stakeholders. Budget documents are being released tomorrow, as you know, for your consideration in the weeks ahead. The pillars for advancing our work on TRC have been shared among internal stakeholders as well as with the Indigenous Framework elders, who have provided us significant guidance in the development of the framework. We continue to receive feedback as the work is shared, and we are continuing to build that into the pillars and associated actions. And so I would also say that what you see today will change and evolve as we hear more. We have not completely done a full consultation on this with everyone. We've started that and will continue to evolve it. Some of this work includes looking more creatively at the actions that are out of our jurisdiction to see what type of municipal translation can occur. So, for example, many of the justice actions, we do have peace officers, we have transit officers, we have lawyers, and so how can we adapt all those things from a municipal perspective in terms of how we do our work in this space? Ensuring a publicly available communication plans that demonstrates our accountability, information sharing and storytelling where we can share our milestones together. Continuing to be connected with ELT, council and elders on the development and implementation of the response plan. Ensuring alignment with the Indigenous framework, the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls plan coming to council later this month, and of course the anti-racism strategy and the overall community safety and well-being strategy. While each of these plans require commitment and validation on their own, they also significantly overlap and impact one another and help us reach common goals. The more detailed elements of the work and the extent to which budget decisions will determine the speed of the work are yet to be finalized. For today's purposes, I want to highlight that the pillars are in place, that the general direction is clear and known, and that when we have a clearer sense of the detailing of resources, we will reconnect with community and immediately begin acting. The TRC Municipal Response Plan is a living document. It will change as we evolve and advance in our commitment to reconciliation and as the needs of a community change over time. Together, we will keep careful attention to ensure that we prioritize Indigenous people, their needs, and what they have told us in our ongoing efforts. And just before I conclude, to highlight that point, I really don't think that this response plan will ever end, and I don't think it should ever end. And I'll highlight a very specific example. Earlier this week, a group of us, including ELT and Jamie and some of the team, we went to visit the progress at Kichiaski, which means sacred land, and is the city's project in collaboration with Indigenous peoples to provide a natural setting for the Indigenous community to host ceremonies, sweat lodges, and facilitate intergenerational learning. And I have to say, it's on time, it's on target, it's on budget, it's looking amazing, and will soon be open. But what was really striking to me about that meeting is while we went there to see the completion, if you will, or the almost completion of a project, we learned a whole bunch more about what needs to be done. And what I discovered on that visit was, while that site is looking really good and it's going to be an amazing place, 100 meters away from that site is a very important sacred ochre deposit, which has absolutely no protection from the city in terms of protecting that as a cultural site. And so we ended up having a whole dialogue about what cultural sites need to be protected in the city, and that's one of them. So it just, every time I go somewhere, I talk to somebody, we find another action that we need to do, and that's one we'll certainly add to the response plan. So I think it really illustrates the importance of never sort of finishing this and just continually doing whatever we have to do next. So with that, we'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much to your team, Andre, as well as Jamie, to your team and everyone involved. This is going to be this is much needed work and evolving work, as well as something that we have a responsibility to undertake. So thank you so much for putting this together. And I'm going to go to Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind giving me a moment, I just would like to compose myself.
Yes, absolutely.
So please go on to questions. Thank you.
Yeah, we can do that, right? So, yeah, Madam Clerk, City Clerk, please. Councillor Paquette needs a little time to compose himself, and can we go into questions in the meantime? Okay, good. All right, questions, colleagues. Okay. All right, sign up, please. Questions. Here we go. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you very much for the report and the great reflections today. I really appreciated, framing this as a shift in our mindset, skill sets, and heart sets. So thank you for those words, and thank you for the report. It's an exciting one, and I'm so pleased to know that a funded service package is going to be coming forward. That's wonderful news, and I think shows the commitment that we have for that. It's really, recognizing that this is an evolving plan. I think I have more sort of discussion questions than sort of specific ones. Actually, maybe I'll start. I really appreciated the diagram that sort of shows how we're approaching this work and that we're really centering relationships at the heart of that. I always struggle in terms of our role on council and how we support that in a meaningful way. And I know it can sometimes be hard to tell us what to do, but I'm wondering what opportunities there are to develop, if that has to be initiated by ourselves, but a really rigorous intergovernmental relations plan that involves councillors and how we build those relationships at the political level. I know that work is happening at the staff level, which is fantastic, but just wondering how we can intentionally support and evolve that work.
Yeah, it's a great question. Maybe I'll start, Jamie, and then hand over to you. But Councillor, I would just say that as much time as you can spend on this, we can fill every moment that you have available because, but I would say one of the most important roles of councillors, especially as elected officials and governors, is to really get engaged in ceremony because it's such an important aspect of this work. And really helps make it genuine. So there have been opportunities, and council has participated in many of them over the last year. I think that's really important. And then I also think that sort of doing, council when they can, doing the walkabouts and meeting with elders and meeting with community and visiting these sites. Specifically, I know that when we open Kitchiaski, there'll be an opportunity for a sweat. And for other ceremony associated with that. And the more involved council is in those, I think is a really important piece. And I'll just see if Jamie would like to add any other aspects.
Yeah, thank you so much, Andre, and thanks, Councillor. I would just, first of all, I would like to say thank you to the efforts that Council has made over the last year to be present with community. I've seen a lot of you in different Indigenous community events over the last year. It's been really heartening to see that and to see you really fulfilling that commitment that you've made. So thank you so much for the gift of time. And I would say that, this work is big and it's complex. And, as you saw from the slide, there are important relationships in every sector that I think we need to be thinking of in this work. And certainly the intergovernmental work extends not just obviously with government of Alberta or the government of Canada, but also with First Nations governments and Métis governments. And so I think just making sure that we're cognizant of that these relationships span multiple jurisdictions and sectors. And so the more we can be present and open to discussions and talking, I think the better outcomes that we'll see collectively.
Great, thank you. Well, and maybe picking up on that theme of complexity, again, I don't think I have a good answer to this, but I think what's challenging is that I really appreciate the intention around a TRC response plan. And from what I'm understanding, there'll also be a response around MMIWG. So that's great that those are sort of, because again, they have distinct purposes. And then we also have other actions, around our MOUs, urban reserves, that again, sort of maybe don't fit exactly under those. So just wondering how we sort of continue to, again, have that intentionality around the specific calls to action, but also not limit ourselves in terms of our overall reconciliation work to only those recommendations, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I would say, Councillor, that the framework keeps, the Indigenous framework is what keeps us on track there, because we are doing all of that. But we spend a lot of time sort of comparing and contrasting, and like when we went through the 94 calls to action, we put them on a table with a table of all the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls actions and compared and contrasted and figured out, are there gaps and seams between those two types of reports and those actions? And then we do the same with our MOUs, and we evolve those MOUs over time. So this is another reason this work should never end. It should just be a constant part of our culture. To continually do this, but I think we have good systems in place because of that, and it's the framework that I think brings it all together. So
great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you to the team for this mega work. Is I'm really I think the whole thing has been quite impressive in coming together, and I love seeing how it keeps moving. And Mr. Corbell, I really appreciate your comment around this is today we have a presentation, but this work is continuous and it's embedded and it's pervasive, and it surrounds us. I guess I was wondering, in terms of the municipal, action plan, how are we gonna, for example, get an update or a review? Would it be annually, or I guess wondering for this piece, how frequently might it be? Might it come back to council?
Yeah, my view, Councillor, with that, there would be the ability to do at least quarterly updates, and then if something in between that is significant that happens, that we can do that. So I think with the establishment of the response plan, it really gives us, and I don't like to think of these things in terms of checklists. I do like to think of these things in real cultural change. But to keep us on track, I feel that every quarter, based on what I see in front of us, we're going to be able to provide an update on what's going on. And I don't think that's unreasonable to do. And it may not be a detailed sort of written report, but we can certainly provide a verbal report quarterly. I just want to make sure that the resources in our offices to do this are really focused on action, not writing reports. But, it will definitely be a detailed annual report written, but I think quarterly updates is more than doable. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. And I think the more we talk about it, it becomes much more, demonstrate that the priority, but also top of mind. So I appreciate that answer. I was also, I guess, following on Councillor Stevenson's question earlier, just in terms of that connection. And Ms. Miller, we've talked about this before, with the Indigenous framework, there is an Elders Council, or for example, but I'm, rather than, and again, reflecting on Mr. Corporal's comment around this is a continuous, issues of truth and reconciliation is all around us. And I'm wondering if you can speak to a little bit about the thought process around Elders Council, whether with this city council to seek advice, or what are some of the ways we're already doing that? More of a,
Jamie.
I guess, a governance question.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Tang. So we've been, blessed to work with elders and knowledge keepers, over the last, I would say, close to 3 years, intentionally on the Indigenous framework. However, I would say the Indigenous Relations Office has been working with elders, since the time we began as an office. So this work is definitely a core part of what we do. I think the elders have played a really significant role in sharing that Indigenous knowledge and worldview. And we're actually preparing for an Indigenous Framework Winter Gathering with the corporate committee and the department committees, where we can bring the elders together with some of our city staff working on the Indigenous Framework to do that knowledge sharing and that relationship building. We're also planning on doing similar sessions with the executive leadership team as well, so that, again, that cultural sharing and knowledge transfer can be happening, throughout our organization. We could certainly look for opportunities for City Council as well to participate in those type of sessions if that's of interest. And to me, elders are advisors. They're our knowledge keepers. They have a wealth of experience that they bring from a cultural perspective, a life perspective. And they also are looking for opportunities to, again, help bring culture back into our city. We know that there are urban Indigenous peoples that may not be able to travel to get to ceremonies, to get to opportunities to connect with elders. And so things like Kichiaski or the Indigenous Cultural Wellness Center or others are ways for people in an urban environment to start reconnecting and revitalizing language and culture and ceremony. So I see the elders really driving us, particularly in that resurgence theme. To me, that theme is like the most exciting one, to see that resurgence happening in our city. So
yeah, that's great. Thank you. I do have one more, so I'll just come back for second round.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Principe, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Yeah, just want to follow up on that. If that conversation can happen with elders, like how we can engage with them, and I think it will be good guidance for us to figure out creating some sort of elders council to guide council's work, right? So maybe something to follow up in the conversation that you are having, and we will. My office is having some conversations as well in that area, right? It'll be something to follow up on. The Vancouver City Council, I think was right after they the new council has made a commitment to UNDRIP. I think something to follow up on that as well, like what does the process is for us to kind of carry on this work and lead, because that was one of the things that is spoken in the TRC, right? How municipalities can be part of that conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. Your Mayor, it is one of our action items for sure. Do you want to chat on that a bit more, Jamie? Do you want to mention anything specific or?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's really exciting to see what's happening in Vancouver. The City of Vancouver, in our conversation with them and some of the research we did, began this work, over the last few years and partnered very closely with the three nations that make up the traditional territory that Vancouver sits on. And so they established a task force together to look at how they could develop a United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, a strategy for the municipality of Vancouver. And so that task force approach was taken, and they developed sort of technical working committees and things like that, that again was all done jointly together with those nations. So very exciting work, and I think it's certainly something that this work will lead into around in Edmonton.
Good. Good to know that you're connected and kind of following and monitoring that, which is on the reporting back to council. You said you'll be reporting annually, right? And is that so? That means no direction is required from council. That's the summit that you will do it in.
Yeah, but I do think we can provide quarterly updates we're committed to doing that. There's enough going on. There's enough things that we expect to be done in the next quarter that I think we should come back every quarter with at least a verbal report. And I don't
quarterly verbal, but more in-depth report annually.
Absolutely, yeah.
And for that, you're already taking that step. There's no direction required from council.
Correct.
For do that. Okay, because I think it's important that we have that in-depth conversation on an annual basis as well, right? On the advocacy part, I think there's a desire, the sense we got during our visit to Ottawa, for the federal government to engage on urban indigenous issues, and we have a very engaged minister here at a provincial level who is leading the indigenous portfolio, right? So there might be some opportunity for us to think in a broad way of maybe bringing elders, business leaders, and political leaders together to talk about this work and how we can foster that collaboration.
Yeah, I think it's a very good idea, Mayor. I would say if I were asked what is the difficulty or the most frustrating, I would say sometimes there's not as much a sense of urgency in some of these things that bother us. Don't get me wrong, there's lots of collaboration towards establishing an Indigenous reserve or an urban reserve in the city of Edmonton, but it's going all too slow from my perspective, and I wish we could, but we don't own those processes, so that's something that I think that sort of gathering that you mentioned would be very useful in sort of maintaining momentum and ensuring that everyone maintains a sense of urgency on this matter.
Okay, well, let me think more about that. Okay, well, I will. I saw Councillor Salvador was on the line. Okay.
You asked my question.
Oh, I did. Okay. All right. So I will move the second round.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. I'll pass the chair back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Just want to echo again my interest in those meetings with elders and knowledge keepers. I think that's a great approach, and definitely excited for that. So I want to talk about budget, because that's obviously the theme of the days. So really appreciate that a service package is going to be coming forward, a funded operating package. I did note that there is a gap just in terms of creating the culturally welcoming spaces, and there not being an associated capital profile for that. Just wondering if that, just wondering how we accommodate that need for some of the physical investment, and if that will be developed as we move forward.
Yeah, I think, Councillor, the answer is yes, we need to do that. And I think a good example is Kitchiaski, that there was a clear commitment from council to create that. And I think we have to do more of those. And so they will continue to be on the list. While they may not all be in the capital plan yet, I think we're going to have to work on that. I also think we have to work with other orders of government on how we can, based on, for example, the work we've already done in some of these places, get some other funding to do other parts of that work. Yeah. I don't think each project needs to be necessarily a third each, because we did 100%, if you will, of Kitchiaski. So how can we leverage that for more support?
Absolutely. Well, and actually I'm thinking about maybe the smaller opportunities as we go through a lot of facility renewal, and the opportunity that we would have to incorporate visuals, and also, again, maybe some of the infrastructure required to support smudging in our city facilities. So again, wondering if that's like a top up to the renewal profile, or if that's just a change in policy that becomes part of what we incorporate as part of our renewals.
Yeah, I would already say we've already put that into action with renewals and new builds. We're looking at smudging in particular. So I can tell you that Kitchiaski in the indoor component is designed for allowing smudging ceremonies in the indoor building part of it when necessary. And so we're sort of looking at different inventories and how we can do that more in the city. Whether it's written in policy, we would have to check, but I know culturally we're there already, and so I think we absolutely have to do that.
Yeah, perfect. Well, not to put him on the spot as he comes back into the room, but maybe Mr. Laughlin, just wondering about the opportunity as we go through renewal of some of our facilities, just the opportunity to incorporate some of the Indigenous placemaking principles that are reflected in this action plan.
Yeah, I think certainly that's, as Mr. Corbold has outlaid, is something we're trying to incorporate in all of our activities. So certainly that's something we'll start to look at opportunities. Some of the renewal activities are very basic in the nature of replacing a mechanical system. So it maybe doesn't present that same opportunity as if it's a full renewal, but absolutely.
Great, thank you so much. Also, just wanting to make sure with the service package coming forward. So again, I in no way mean to critique this work. It's an excellent foundation, but as you've mentioned, it's recognizing that there's ongoing work. So what stood out to me was some of the actions around Action 75 in the TRC burial grounds, the identification, documentation, and maintenance of those. So just wondering if the operating funding that's come forward provides the resources to continue evolving those actions and adding to those actions.
I believe it does, but you may not necessarily see it in the service package in ops that articulated. But what I would say, Councillor, is from a zoning bylaw perspective, and as we look at all the different types of procedures we have, everybody is being asked to consider these as a priority as they move forward. So you may not see that specific item mentioned in the service package, but it would be covered in base funding in terms of a priority for us to do that. So there's lots of things I would say that we're doing that we're just making a high priority in our base budget without necessarily asking for new money. So, and sometimes it's little things. Sometimes it's painting crosswalks on a particular day that we've done that just, what I'm delighted about that example is that there was no direction. It just happened by employees who understand what's going on now and are really diving into it. So,
absolutely.
And the bus wrap, on different things. So
and it is so exciting. And I think that capturing some of that stuff that's just happening is such an important part of the annual report as well to help us capture. So really fantastic.
But I do want to be clear that what is in the service package that supports some of these actions is part of the resources. There is a whole bunch of base funding that does these things, because the bus wrap and the the crosswalks were just base funding pieces that people
Yeah.
just made a priority. So.
Perfect.
But
No.
we will capture that in the annual report.
Great. Well, and speaking about, annual reports, I really look forward to the quarterly updates and the full annual report. Just wondering the process for the report back and the accountability to community as well. So again, it speaks, the action plan speaks about those regular gatherings and meetings. Is the intent of those also to be providing some of that reporting back and an accountability mechanism?
Yeah, absolutely. And while we are here today to present this report, the next time we come back to have this discussion, I think you'll also see some Indigenous elders with us, and I think we need to, so part of the reporting should not just be us today. That was a bit of a logistical piece, but we want to be in front of council and the public on these things with the community side by side.
Great. Well, that's my time. Thank you so much again.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate the opportunities that have been presented to council for us to learn and expand our knowledge in regards to Indigenous relations. And my question, I guess, was just centering around that base funding with the service package coming forward. You did mention that it's going to be an ongoing process, and I think it should sort of be woven into everything we do. And so was this just the service package, is this more just to put emphasis on the work being done, or?
Well, the service package are very specific actions that could not be done as part of our base funding, and we required specific funding to do that. And that's what you'll see in tomorrow's operations.
Okay.
And it really follows some of the direction we've also had from council on community safety and well-being and dedicating some of that to anti-racism and TRC. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think what will be important, Councillor Wright, is that when we report, we show you not only how those service packages were implemented, but all the other baseline stuff that was done.
Okay. Yeah. Good. And just the results in the report here, we talk about building relationships with the public schools. Could I ask Ms. Lachlan a question?
I'm not sure if that's procedurally appropriate, but fire away.
Have you noticed more Indigenous knowledge being provided to you in the public schools?
Yes, I feel like we talk about it a lot in school classes.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad to hear the results are positive. Thank you.
Here you go. You can include that in the delegation.
Done.
All right. Is that it, Councillor Wright? Yes. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, before I go to Councillor Paquette, we do have with us grade 6 Nellie Carlson School with teacher Samantha Martins from Ward Behisivin, which is represented by Councillor Cartmel. Thank you so much for joining us. Nice to see you all. Today at this time, we are discussing the role that our city council, Edmontonians like you, have to play in meeting our commitments on the truth and reconciliation work that we need to do with the Indigenous communities in Edmonton. Very important work that we are undertaking, and you'll be shaping that work through your engagement in the schools and the community. So, thank you for joining us today. Okay? Yeah. All right. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'd like to move that the October 31st, 2022 Office of the City Manager Report, OCM 01477, be received for information.
Yes, I can second it, right? Yeah,
Please do.
Yes, I second it, yeah.
Well, thank you. And I do have a few questions, but if you don't mind, I'll quickly introduce it. This is long-standing work, and it started very definitively with the last council and is being carried even more definitively, I believe, with this council. And I would also like to, I would like to thank this council for your efforts, and I would like to thank administration for all the hard work and all the community members that contributed to this work. It's really phenomenal. This reconciliation work is so important to the health of our city. It touches on so many of the things that we talk about in council, about things that actually need to be fixed. And what this reconciliation work will do is give context to that work and give meaning to that work and hopefully accelerate that work as well. So I'm really happy to put it on the floor. I'll speak to it at the appropriate time. But right now, I will mention that when the presentation was given, I was hit unexpectedly by emotion. And I was literally, I had to clean myself up. So that's a little bit of a mess. And I will say, although we're not allowed props, I don't think this counts as a prop. I've got smudge here that I've had burning during this conversation. And also with me are these two elements. These are, this is eagle wings. And they're used in ceremony, in Sundance specifically. And not only was that ceremony illegal in my Muslim's time, but so were these. They would be confiscated by an Indian agent and destroyed. And my Muslim, if caught, would have gone into the legal system. And so this is really meaningful for me personally today. So I do have a question though, and it's more of a utilitarian question, but you know, following up on Councillor Stevenson's line of thought, I was just wondering about the entrances to our city. And, you know, I've heard often remarked that it's very underwhelming to drive into the city of Edmonton. And I'm wondering if with sort of our capital project monies, with Explore Edmonton, with the EIA on the south side, and other various partners, and with this reconciliation work, if, oh, and by the way, our tree planting efforts, if there is a way to beautify the entryways into our city with boulevards and with language and with images that help people who are coming in understand that they're coming into one of the best places on earth.
Yeah, Councillor, I think the short answer is yes, there absolutely is. And, you know, we're going to take that away and sort of work on some plans as part of our action with that. Absolutely. So, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
And I would say it's not just, and I think it's everywhere. It's not just entrances to the city. It's here at City Hall. We've got quite a bit of work to do even at City Hall in terms of where things are and how things are portrayed and what improvements we can make. So,
absolutely. Yeah, putting a good foot forward always helps as well. So, and do we have sort of a timeline on when those things could be accomplished, and maybe which ones we want to accomplish in what fashion?
I think we'd probably have to get back together on those specifics. I think we have to do a bit more work on the specifics of that, unless Ms. Miller has something to add.
There's several items, I think, in the service package that you'll see that could be activated fairly quickly, specifically to supporting the implementation of the Indigenous framework. I think we have department action teams in each department that have specific projects that I think could be advanced very quickly. The other one, Andre, that I'm particularly excited about is City Hall. And doing some work with the Edmonton Arts Council, as well as some of our partners to enhance the artwork and the presence of the Indigenous framework and the beautiful artwork that we were gifted by Indigenous artists inside City Hall. So,
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Thank you so much. Councillor Paquette, I thought you were going to mention the signage at the entrance, but I will not open that can of worms at this point. I really appreciate the mayor bringing up the Vancouver City Council UNDRIP, because I think they just approved it last week, and I understand, you know, UNDRIP is a separate piece of work that we're also continuously embarking on. but I was very curious about the approach they take, as you pointed out, Ms. Miller, with other nations forming a collective. And I'm wondering, have we ever explored that approach in developing the strategy, whether with TRC, UNTRIP, or otherwise? And I guess related to that, I'm curious where the status is in terms of our MOU task force with Enoch First Nation.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. Really good question. Vancouver is a bit of a different context than Edmonton. As we know, there are no treaties. It's unceded lands, and I would have to do a bit more of an intensive study on the approach that they took to looking at an UNDRIP strategy for their city. But they do have the three nations on whose traditional territory they reside, and so the city worked very closely with them, as you say, as a collective to move that work forward. Edmonton has, I would argue, much more of a diverse Indigenous community than Vancouver in some senses. So we obviously have our MOU relationships with the Confederacy of Treaty 6, with the Enoch Cree Nation, as well as the Métis Nation of Alberta. We also have numerous relationships and work that we do together with urban Indigenous peoples. We obviously work with elders. And so we would have to, I think pretty carefully, or at least in an intentional way, on how we would approach something like the United Nations Declaration. We obviously are in treaty territory. However, I think we need to maybe do some more learning about treaty and what treaty means from an Indigenous perspective. Because, some of the learnings that I've taken from working with elders and knowledge keepers in that realm is that, again, treaty is not about ceding land. It's about being in a relationship. It's about how we are going to live together in peace and friendship and share. And so I think we need to unpack that conversation a bit more in this Treaty 6 context that we're living in Edmonton. Again, we have a big, broad, diverse Indigenous community in Edmonton. As Andre mentioned, close to 88,000 Indigenous peoples live in the census metropolitan area, which is incredible. It's exciting. But I think that, we need to think about how we are engaging rights holders, as in First Nation governments, Métis governments, as well as urban Indigenous peoples. And I think there's some, relationship building and perhaps mending of relationships that might need to happen in the space that Edmonton occupies. And I would largely say that federal government and, historic policies such as the Indian Act and others have really played a role in the landscape that we see in urban municipalities. And I think from what I'm hearing from this council, as well as from leadership in Treaty 6 and the Métis Nation, is that there's a desire to work collaboratively and work together in an urban space, and how we can all be working together in support of Indigenous peoples in Edmonton. So a long answer, but suffice to say that I think it's something that we would definitely need to explore into how we can do that in an urban context such as Edmonton.
That was excellent. Thank you.
Thanks.
And and I think just reading through this kind of just pinned me about where things are at with the MOU task force.
Right, and sorry about that as well. Your second part of your question. So my understanding is that again, Enoch has a new chief and council. They've been getting settled and acclimatized. But my understanding is that we do have a stewardship roundtable that we have together, and we'll be looking at restarting that in the very near future.
Excellent. Thank you so much for all this work, and thank you for the responses.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So that concludes the questions. We have a motion on the floor, and deck is cleared. Here we go. All right, to speak, I don't want to put too much burden on Councillor Paquette, but whatever he's going to say, he'll be speaking on behalf of council, right? I think you can mutually just, through your words, probably express the wishes of this council, how you want to move forward on this together. Why don't we just go to you to close?
Oh, okay, if no one else would like to speak.
I think there are a number of people who want to speak, but I think there's, because of the timelines and all that, right? So a few other items on the agenda. I can confidently say that what you're going to say is will be the voice of the entire council.
Okay, I look forward to the tweets and blogs.
Yeah.
Just not Councillor Nax.
Yeah.
I don't have that kind of time in my life.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So, as I mentioned earlier, I was very moved by hearing these words spoken in my city, the city I love, and the city I grew up in. As a child, my family was very, very poor. Think about poor and then make that very much more poor than that. And I remember wondering why, and I couldn't figure out an answer with a child's mind, because a child's mind is full of love and possibility. It wasn't until I started to grow older and go out into the world and saw my siblings facing horrible hate and then experiencing it myself that I understood that there was an intentional theft of identity and of wealth of Indigenous peoples in this land. And growing up so poor, I would often hear people telling me how good I have it as an Indigenous person because of all the free things I got. And I thought, well, the air is free, that's true. And sometimes that's enough. But what we do with that air is what matters. We breathe it in and it gives us life. And we get to choose what we do with that life and how we move in this world with that life. And we have been given the gift of language. And it is not lost on me that when a language is lost, an entire universe and a way of seeing the world is lost. And so with the language I have, I deeply express my gratitude to the people of Edmonton for giving me a chance to serve them and for giving this council a chance to serve and for saying that this is something that is important to them because not only were Indigenous children robbed, but non-Indigenous children were robbed as well. They were robbed of true history. They were robbed of the ability to look at their own nation's history without blemish. And they were robbed of possibility. What would this country be like if instead of empire, it had moved together in cooperation? What a world we could have had. And what a world we can create. And it starts with an individual decision, and on a governmental level, it starts with every municipality, every province, and the federal government doing what they can. And this plan from administration is a heart work and it's hard work. And it is evident in what was presented to us. My father was stolen from his home as a child with his siblings. And not all of them came back because they couldn't remember where they were from. One of my own siblings would deny their own ancestry and claim a different ethnic origin in order to escape discrimination. My uncle died on these streets. There is a deep trauma in our people, and it is written in our DNA. And it was done intentionally. But with intent, we can rewrite that history, and we can rewrite our future. And we will do it together. Aye, aye.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Yeah. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That has carried unanimously. And once again, thank you to administration for doing this work. A lot of work ahead of us. Thank you so much. Okay, next we are
Item 9.2.
okay. We go into in camera. So please, someone move that we go into camera. Councillor Hamilton.
We go into camera for item 9.2, subject to sections 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations, and 24, advice from officials, as well as 25, which is disclosure harmful to the economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. And we will also be discussing 9.3. Can you also move that, please?
Oh, of course. Item 9.3, which includes section 17, which is disclosure harmful to personal privacy. Sorry, I overlooked that.
Good. And intergovernmental relations. And yep. Yeah. Good. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
We're back online. Mayor Sohi. We're back in public, Mayor Sohi.
We are back in public. Okay, we need to receive the 9.2 and 9.3 for information. Councillor Rice.
Okay, so I'm going to move the 9.2 intergovernmental updates, 9.3 city manager updates, verbal report, received as information.
Okay.
And keep in private, subject to FOIP, please.
Yes, and so the October 31st, 2022 Communications and Engagement Report, CEO 1382 remain private pursuant to Selection 21 and 25, and of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Okay.
Is that?
Yeah, so we'll vote on this one first, or?
Second.
The motion's been moved.
Both motions
for the
been moved?
recommendation for 9.2 and 9.3,
Got
and
it.
we'll keep both of them in private.
Got it. Okay, so please vote.
Seconder?
Councillor Rutherford seconded it.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any notes or motions without customary notice? I haven't got any notices on that, so we are adjourned at 12:16.